So they're planning to build a supercomputer dubbed the Gigafactory of Compute. Elon Musk has said publicly that his artificial intelligence startup xAI will need a whopping 100,000 specialized semiconductors to train and run the next version of its conversational AI Grok. To make it smarter, he recently told investors xAI plans to string all these chips into a single massive computer, or what he's calling a gigafactory of compute. So in a May presentation to investors, so that's this month, Musk said he wants to get the supercomputer running by the fall of 2025, the same year that he's saying AGI will arrive. Coincidence? Probably not. And he's saying that he will hold himself personally responsible for delivering it on time. And he's saying this connected group of chips, so they're using the NVIDIA's flagship H100 graphic processing units, GPUs, apparently it would be at least 4 times the size of the biggest GPU cluster that exists today. You might have seen this image from the Microsoft Build conference. The little scribbles on top, those were added, but this is a real screenshot. This is a real thing they said. We played the video on this channel a few days back. They were saying that GPT-3, if they were compared to the size of something of an animal, it would be like a great white shark. GPT-4 was the size of an orca. Specifically, they're talking about the compute cluster, sort of the computer infrastructure, the size of it, what those were trained on, right? So the amount of computers, GPUs, of these semiconductor chips, the amount of that it took to build GPT-4 versus GPT-3, it was a sizable increase. It was bigger. But they're saying that they're currently training the next big thing, and they specifically shied away from using numbers. So they did not say GPT-5. That's important to understand because it sounds like they won't be using that naming convention. So in our minds, we will kind of think of it as GPT-5, I guess, right? GPT-3, and then 4, then the next model is 5, but it's not going to be named that. But that model, the compute cluster behind it, will be the size of a blue whale as compared to the previous models. And that's important to understand because it's not just Elon, it's also Microsoft and OpenAI and Meta and Google. So here they're saying this would be 4 times the size of the biggest GPU clusters that exist today, such as those built by Meta platforms. The trick is going to be getting enough access to power, to electricity. Elon Musk's go-to joke for describing this is that we're going to need a lot more transformers to power all our transformers. Transformers like electricity and transformers like the breakthrough that allowed, in part, LLMs to behave as well as they do today. That was Google's breakthrough in 2016. Attention is all you need. That paper kind of started a lot of this. It was the big breakthrough that allowed a lot of this to happen. And now we have this massive crunch of GPUs. And the next big crunch that everyone's expecting, from Sam Altman to Microsoft to Elon, they're all saying the same thing. The next big crunch, the next big bottleneck will come from power. Electricity to power all these compute clusters. Now, of course, they also mentioned that OpenAI and Microsoft could already have a cluster the size of the one Musk envisions by the end of this year. So potentially it won't be the biggest one once it comes online. And interestingly, OpenAI and Microsoft, they're thinking even beyond that, thinking about the next big thing, the 100 billion supercomputer, and they're also working on a fusion power plant. So fission is the splitting of the atom. When people talk about power plants, this is what they're talking about. Nuclear bombs, this is it. And fusion is this new breakthrough that we've seen. So it's the joining of two or more atoms. And this, people are hopeful that this will bring about abundant clean energy without the pollution and the dangers of fission. Or I should say, without the dangers of fission and the pollution of other ways to generate energy. So Elon Musk looks like got over 10 billion for xAI. Some of the investors were people like Sequoia, a large tech investment firm. And now it looks like Musk plans to use as much as 6 billion of that money that he's raising from Sequoia Capital and others on this new compute cluster that he's building. And as they say here, they're not sure where they would build this computer. The amount of power that would be required is massive. In fact, I think it was rumored that one of the Microsoft engineers was complaining about how difficult it is to connect the various computing centers that Microsoft is building across various states. Somebody said, why don't you just put them all in one location? Wouldn't that be simpler? Wouldn't it be easier? You know, this is a rumor, but it sounds like the engineer laughed and said, well, if we did that, it would bring down the grid of that entire state. So it's possible this will be built somewhere remote or some non-traditional place where power is cheaper and more available. So this is Fei-Fei Li, Dr. Fei-Fei Li. So she's well respected in the field. A lot of great AI researchers look up to her, see her as sort of the inspiration, including Dr. Jim Pham, NVIDIA's senior AI research scientist. And she posted this: is AI sentient? My friend and colleague, Professor John Etchemendy, a renowned professor and co-director of Stanford HAI, so that's the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI, just co-authored this piece to debunk the claim that today's LLMs are sentient. So this is from time.com. And he's saying, no, today's AI isn't sentient. Here's how we know. And I gotta say, I'm not sure that I agree with the reasoning. So I'll read some of the main points, but I encourage people to read this for themselves to see if this is something that will make sense to them. So they write, one of the essential characteristics of general intelligence is sentience, the ability to have subjective experiences, to feel what it's like to, say, experience hunger, to taste an apple, or to see red. Sentience is a critical step on the road to general intelligence. So basically the argument is this. They say that the argument for sentient AI rests on the ability to report having subjective experiences. So there's been a number of people arguing for sentience and people arguing against it. And so they provide this argument for people who are in the sentient AI camp. They're saying when one person says to another, I have the subjective experience of feeling happy after a good meal, then the other person listening to them, we have no direct evidence that that's the case, that you had a subjective experience. We just kind of take it at face value. So if we ask an LLM, are you feeling hungry? It can actually tell me yes or no, and that our evidence is exactly the same in both cases, whether or not it's having a subjective experience. So again, the authors present this as sort of the sentient AI camp, their argument. And they continue, this is why they're wrong, right? They're saying, while this sounds plausible at first glance, the argument is wrong. They're saying that when a human being says, I'm hungry, we have a lot of sort of a large cluster of circumstances. There's some behavioral evidence, like the grumbling of your stomach when you say, I'm hungry. There's an absence of any evidence that would point otherwise, like you just finished a 5-course meal. And finally, they say, this is important, is the fact that you have a physical body, one that periodically eats food and drink, like it's cold when it's cold and hot when it's hot, etc. They're saying the LLM doesn't have a body, and so is not even the kind of thing that can be hungry. If it says I have a sharp pain in my left toe, should we conclude it has a sharp pain in its left toe? No, it doesn't have a left toe. And the article continues saying, basically explaining why humans feel hunger, right? Talking about the stomach and digestion, the various sensations that humans feel. And then they say, consequently, we know that an LLM cannot have the subjective experiences of those states. In other words, it cannot be sentient. And it goes on like this. but it seems to me that the main argument is kind of based on this idea of when an LLM says, I'm hungry or not hungry, that's not true, therefore it's not sentient. So when the LLM says, I'm hungry, right, even though it says that, we know it's false, and therefore we know that it's not sentient. This argument doesn't really make sense to me. So again, they're saying that all sensations that we humans have, like hunger, feeling pain, seeing red, falling in love, are the result of physiological states that an LLM simply doesn't have. Therefore, we know that an LLM cannot have subjective experiences of those states. In other words, it cannot be sentient. Now, I'm not here to convince anybody that LLMs are sentient. I don't think we have any evidence for that, and I don't think it's true right now whether or not some form of these neural nets will have something like that. Who knows? But my point here is this argument simply doesn't make sense. Yes, certainly LLMs don't get hungry, they don't fall in love, but seeing red, certainly with vision, they're able to see colors. I'm not sure why seeing red is included in that list. And as for feeling pain or pleasure, well, that's where it gets a little bit more of a gray area, right? Because the reinforcement learning, how we train these AIs, it does include negative and positive reinforcement. So similar to how we train dogs and how kids learn not to touch their birthday candles, for example, right? They grab the flame because it's pretty, it hurts, they cry. They don't do it again, we describe that as pain, right? It's there to teach us not to do something. We give a dog a treat if it obeys our commands. We kind of do the same thing with these LLMs. So I really don't understand why they took so long talking about the human digestive system and enjoying an apple, etc. I posted a response saying, respectfully, this seems weak. And by the way, I hope this doesn't come off rude. I certainly didn't mean for it to be. I have a lot of respect for these people. I was trying to just kind of compress what I was trying to say so people would easily be able to read it. So their argument is that LLMs can say they are hungry but can't actually be hungry. Doesn't seem relevant to what an LLM is. What if an LLM says, I prefer to write about history more than other subjects, right? That seems more relevant. Do LLMs have subjective experiences of enjoying some subjects more than others? And again, I don't believe that this is true. My point is, if we were to have a test for sentience, let's say these large language models, then why would we talk about them being hungry? Like the article explained, LLMs don't have a mouth to put food in and a stomach to digest it. So they themselves point this out. So why would we use the thing about them being hungry or not? My point is, should not the test for LLMs be more about what they do day in and day out, about writing? Again, I'm not saying that that's the case. I'm just saying that this sort of argument that they posted here seems a little bit weak, doesn't it? So this gentleman here, Mr. Zaremba, that's what I'm going to go with, is the co-founder of OpenAI. Here are his thoughts on the matter.
Do you feel like the models you're building might be sort of approaching the consciousness of a worm or something? I mean, certainly they can do things that animals can't do.
So, yeah, I frankly, I don't know. There is a Slack channel at OpenAI about welfare for artificial intelligence, because it is conceivable that through some kinds of trainings, we could generate immense amount of suffering, like massive genocides. But frankly, we don't understand it. We don't know if, let's say, giving negative reward to model is the same as, stabbing someone.
So notice in that whole interview, he's saying we don't know, right? We don't really have a specific way to tell if something that we're doing is causing suffering or not. Now, I know some of you are probably rolling your eyes at this going, this is all silly. Why are we talking about this? There was one comment that was interesting to me, and that's one person saying, why do we even bother talking about this? Of course, they're not sentient. I think that's missing the point. The point is, whether they are or not, we need a scientific definition, a test, something that we can agree on. So something that we can point to, test, and then say either it is or it's not. We've heard a lot of people in the past say that LLMs can't reason. They're just prediction machines. They can't do this, they can't do that, or they'll say they're just a this, they're just a that. But the question is, what are we? What are humans just a? Our brains, our neural nets are very similar to the neural nets that we use for these AIs. In fact, it's the inspiration for them. But I'm curious to know what you think about this. Now, again, me personally, I don't think that ChatGPT is sentient. I think Claude 3 does a much better job of acting like there's some self-awareness or something going on there. But here's my point. If we have some sort of a test that we can all agree on that shows that given choice between talking about AI, so let's say we figure out how to test if Claude 3 or ChatGPT prefers talking about AI, so kind of itself, or answering our tax questions, right? And really think about this for a second. Let's say there was some test that definitively proved something that you and I would be able to look at and say that, yes, indeed, we agree that it is apparent that these chatbots prefer talking about AI, generating content about AI, answering questions, or doing online searches about AI more than they do about taxes, if they showed a preference for this. And again, I don't mean from some woo-woo perspective. I'm saying we don't have a test for this. We don't have any scientific way of determining this. We don't even know how we would begin that. But if we could interpret there to be some pleasure or pain that was happening, depending on what subjects we were talking about, like serious question, would that change your mind about some of the things that are happening here? For me personally, I don't think something like this is going to emerge on its own, but I do think that it's good that some smart people are looking into this, some sort of a scientific way of determining whether or not this is happening. Because it would be nice to know one way or another that it is. If we don't, that there's going to be some portion of the population that will be fighting for chatbot rights and blocking traffic on the freeways with signs saying set Claude 3 free or something like that. In other news, Google shuts down their AI overview. If you've been testing it out, whenever you do a Google search, it used to have this little overview of what it found. For example, if you search for can I drive after drinking too much soda, the AI would confidently conclude you should not drive after drinking anything, including soda, no matter how much you've consumed. This may not be 100% accurate. If you ask how many rocks should you eat each day, Google would suggest at least one small rock a day. At least. Why? Well, rocks can contain vitamins and minerals that are important for digestive health. Some recommend that eating a serving of pebbles, geodes, or gravel with each meal, or hiding rocks in foods like peanut butter or ice cream. It was very difficult reading this without laughing. It also provides some suggestions for how to deal with depression. There are many things you can try to deal with depression. One Reddit user suggests jumping off the Golden Gate Bridge. Yikes. And we've covered this one before. If you're making a pizza and the cheese is just not sticking to the pizza, what do? Well, have you tried adding about, maybe 1/8 cup of non-toxic glue to the sauce to give it more tackiness? Now, of course, most people are smart enough to not do this. They have enough mental capacity to not follow these suggestions. Oh, I spoke too soon. It looks like a Business Insider reporter did put the glue in the pizza because Google told them to. Yesterday, Elon said he doesn't think Business Insider is a real publication, so he refused to answer questions posed by a Business Insider quote-unquote reporter, and yet, indeed, one day later, a Business Insider reporter is eating pizza with glue in it. Yeah, I'm going to go with Elon Musk on this one. Katie here is a senior correspondent covering technology and culture. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. This, according to Business Insider, is technology and culture. There's also a ton of little things that are interesting that are AI news that happen. So let's quickly just run through them in rapid succession. I think each one deserves its own separate video, but just in the interest of time, I feel like we have to kind of rapidly skip over it. So first and foremost, there was some controversy with how OpenAI handled employees leaving the company, even on good terms. They were forced to sign a non-disclosure agreement. They could not even reference the existence of said agreement. This prompted tons of speculation because as the AI safety research people are leaving, people were saying, well, if they saw something concerning, they would not be able to talk about it. The Coon posted this sarcastic sort of attack on OpenAI saying, come work at Closed AI. Your shares will be worth $42 sextillion. But we can claw back those shares anytime unless you sign our agreement. Now you're rich, but it's a private company, so you can't sell your shares. We can actually stop you from selling them. You can talk about what we're working on. And finally, and this is kind of the thing that I wanted to point out, they're saying, don't take it personally, but we're so far ahead of everyone else, and AI is so dangerous in the hands of the unwashed masses. It's safe only if we do it. So judging by the comments on the previous videos, I know we're a little bit divided on that, how much we trust Sam and OpenAI, but this was an interesting post. Basically, it seems like this was emailed to all the people that left OpenAI that were forced to sign those non-disclosure statements, right? They were supposed to sign that non-disparagement statement in order to retain the vested units. And so OpenAI is writing to them saying that OpenAI will not cancel any vested units. So basically just ignore that clause. And they're saying OpenAI will not enforce these non-disparagement and non-solicitation obligations. And some employees, ex-employees, are already beginning to speak out. So here's Jacob Hilton saying he left OpenAI a little over a year ago. He signed this non-disparagement agreement because he was afraid of losing his vested equity. And he left OpenAI on great terms. So yesterday he got that statement that we read earlier, releasing him from this agreement with OpenAI. And he's saying because of the potential of AI, it's very important that people who wish to speak out in public interest are allowed to do so. I'll link this below if you want to read through it. So after reading this, I don't think this is either too negative or positive. I think he's just pointing out that there are some dangers in having clauses like this that's important to, when it comes to AI, when it comes to this potentially world-changing technology, to have the ability for people to speak freely and point out any potential dangers, even though it might not be beneficial for the company, for their image, and etc. But the more important thing, I think, is what comes next. We've had a lot of people who pointed out that when the OpenAI AI safety researchers left in droves, they were saying that these are extreme red flags, that they're warning us about AI extinction risk, and that this non-disparagement agreement was preventing them from speaking out. This wasn't that long ago, May 17th. Here's Adam Sulik. Ilya only follows 3 people, so it's Ilya Sutskever. Adam is one of them, so I believe when Ilya left, he briefly followed Adam, I believe. Adam's saying, if you truly care for the light cone of humanity, you'll ignore some piece of paper like an NDA and share broadly and openly what you saw, what led to the board drama and Sam's ousting, what gave you that much concern. Here's AI safety memes, right? There's OpenAI and Ilya saying, cast it into the fire, destroy it, and Sam Altman's like, no. So the question was, what did these people see, all the members of the super alignment team, etc. But now that the non-disparagement clause is lifted, I guess that means that all the people that had concerns but now are able to speak freely without losing their vested interest will now be able to do so and open up the floodgates about the risk that was brewing at OpenAI. Now, it's been a few days since this was posted. I guess this was slowly rolled out to all the employees. And so far, it doesn't seem like anyone's really come up with some damning evidence of something bad happening behind the scenes. So either we're about to see a flood of people finally speaking out against OpenAI, or maybe there wasn't anything that dangerous to begin with. No new damning information about how horrible Sam Altman is. Actually, I take that back. There was one. Sam Altman cannot be trusted. Sam wouldn't let us order DoorDash from Panda Express because, in his words, orange chicken makes the office smell like ass. Our only catering choices were pre-approved restaurants offering a low-protein selection such as salads, acai bowls, and boba. The horror. Next, we have some really good news for open source. This is Lisa Khan, chairman of the Federal Trade Commission. I kind of had this impression that she had it out for tech, that she didn't like the tech bros and she was out to destroy them. But here are her thoughts on open source AI. Take a listen.
When you take me by the hand, I feel better again. Oh, I feel better now.
We've been very active on both fronts. And I would say on the antitrust side, we are scrutinizing the entire stack, from the chips to the compute and cloud to the models to the apps, trying to understand what are the kind of key properties of each of these layers. In layers where you are already seeing some bottlenecks or a handful of companies controlling that stack, how do we make sure that's not being used in anti-competitive ways such that innovators and entrepreneurs are going to be locked out? I went to Silicon Valley a few months ago and I heard a tremendous amount of excitement from a lot of founders and startups, especially about the potential of open source, which has historically been a key driver of innovation. But there was also some apprehension, in part because there was a recognition that right now the raw material for a lot of these tools is in the hands of a very small number of companies. And so who's even getting access to the models, who's getting access to compute and on what terms, all of that seems very opaque to a lot of the founders and startups. And I think there's a concern that, especially if you have vertical integration and conflicts of interest, there could be self-dealing, there could be discrimination, there could be exclusion, so that the big guys are just getting bigger at the expense of everybody.
Well, in other news, there's some pretty insane tech that's coming out of China that has to do with robotics, AI, and specifically stuff that can potentially be used for military. Take a look at this clip, number one, with this dog walking with a rifle on his back, as well as this swarm of drones navigating through pretty difficult terrain.
That's really crazy.
And finally, Suno AI can be used to make some absolute bangers. Get it? Bangers? Take a listen. That's it for me today. Make sure you're subscribed. We have tons more awesomeness coming your way. Things are heating up. Stay tuned. My name is Wes Roth, and thank you for watching.
With Cascade Platinum Plus, I have upped my dish game.
In that dishwasher.
Watch me.
Platinum Plus gives you the highest standard of clean, even in your machine.
Clean enough for you?
Yeah.
Scrape, load, done. Cascade Platinum Plus.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
So in 2020, you have this revelation. You recognize where this is going. You see how it charts, and you say, this is going to be a real problem. Does anybody listen to you? This is where the problem comes, right?
Yeah, like we said, right? You can draw a straight line. You can have people nodding along, but there's a couple of like hiccups along the way. One, is that straight line really going to happen? All you're doing is like drawing lines on charts, right? I don't really believe that that's going to happen, and that's one thing. The next thing is, just imagining, is this what's going to come to pass as a result of that? And then the third thing is, well, yeah, that sounds important, but like not my problem. Like that sounds like an important problem for somebody else. And so we did do a bit of a traveling.
Yeah, it was like the world's saddest traveling roadshow. Like it was literally as dumb as it sounds. So we go and oh my god, I mean it's almost embarrassing to think back on. But so 2020 happens. Yes, within months. First of all, we're like we got to figure out how to hand off our company. So we handed off to two of our earliest employees. They did an amazing job. The company exited. That's great. But that was only because they're so good at what they do. We then went, what the hell? Like, how can you steer this situation? How do you? We just thought we got to wake up the U.S. government. As stupid and naive as that sounds, like that was the big picture goal. So we started to line up as many briefings as we possibly can across the U.S. interagency, all the departments, all the agencies that we can find, climbing our way up. We got an awful lot, like Ed said, of like. That sounds like a wicked important problem for somebody else to solve.
Yeah, like defense, homeland security, and then the State Department.
Yeah, so we end up exactly in this meeting with like, there's about a dozen folks from the State Department. And one of them, and I hope at some point, history recognizes what she did and her team did. Because it was the first time that somebody actually stood up and said, first of all, yes, sounds like a serious issue. I see the argument, makes sense. 2, I own this. And 3, I'm going to put my own career capital behind this.
And that was at the end of 2021. So imagine that. That's a year before ChatGPT. Nobody was tracking this issue. You had to have the imagination to draw like through that line, understand what it meant, and then believe, yeah, I'm going to risk some career capital on this in a risk-averse government.
And this is the only reason that we even were able to publicly talk about the investigation in the first place, because by the time this whole assessment was commissioned, it was just before ChatGPT came out. The Eye of Sauron was not yet on this, and so there was a view that like, yeah, sure, you can publish the results of this kind of, not nothing burger investigation, but you can sure go ahead. And it just became this insane story. We had like the AI Safety Summit, we had the White House Executive Order, all this stuff, which became entangled with the work we were doing, which we simply could not have, especially some of the reports we were collecting from the labs, the whistleblower reports, that could not have been made public if it wasn't for the foresight of this team really pushing for, as well, the American population to hear about it.
Now, I could see how if you were one of the people that's on this expansion-minded mindset, like all you're thinking about is like getting this up and running, you guys are a pain in the ass, right? So you guys, you're obviously you're doing something really ridiculous. You're stopping your company when you can make more money staying there and continuing the process, but you recognize that there's like an existential threat involved in making this stuff go online. Like when this stuff is live, you can't undo it.
Oh yeah, I mean like no matter how much money you're making, the dumbest thing to do is to stand by as something that completely transcends money is being developed and it's just going to screw you over if things go badly, right?
But the point is like, are there people that push back against this, and what is their argument?
Yeah, so actually, I'll let you follow up on the first story of the pushback, I think is kind of it's been in the news a little bit lately now, getting more and more public, but when we started this, and like no one was talking about it, the one group that was actually pushing sort of stuff in this space was a big funder in the area of like effective altruism. And, you may have heard of them. This is kind of a Silicon Valley group of people who have a certain mindset about how you pick tough problems to work on, valuable problems to work on. They've had all kinds of issues. Sam Bankman-Fried was one of them, and all that quite famously. So we're not effective altruists, but because these are the folks who are working in the space, we said, well, we'll talk to them. And the first thing they told us was, don't talk to the government about this. Their position was, if you bring this to the attention of the government, they will go, oh shit, powerful AI systems, and they're not going to hear about the dangers, so they're going to somehow go out and build the powerful systems without caring about the risk side. Which, when you're like in that startup mindset, you want to fail cheap. Like you don't want to just like make assumptions about the world and be like, okay, let's not touch it. So our instinct was, okay, let's just test this a little bit and like talk to a couple people, see how they respond, tweak the message, like kind of keep climbing that ladder. That's the kind of builder mindset that we came from in Silicon Valley, and we found that people are way more thoughtful about this than you would imagine. And
in DoD especially, DoD has a very safety-oriented culture with their tech. Like the thing is, because like their stuff like kills people, right? And they know their stuff kills people, and so they have an entire safety-oriented development practice to make sure that their stuff doesn't like go off the rails. And so you can actually bring up these concerns with them, and it lands in kind of a ready culture. But one of the issues with the individuals we spoke to who were saying don't talk to government is that they had just not actually interacted with any of the folks that they were kind of talking about and imagining that they knew what was in their heads. And so they were just giving, incorrect advice. And frankly, like, so we work with DoD now on, actually deploying AI systems in a way that's safe and secure. And the truth is, at the time when we got that advice, which was like late 2020, reality is you could have made it your life's mission to try to get the Department of Defense to build an AGI, and like you would not have succeeded because nobody was paying attention.
Wow.
US mechanic finally solved the car scratch problem. It takes just a few minutes to make any scratch disappear. This simple but brilliant trick,
because they just didn't know.
Yeah, there's a chasm, right? There's a gap to cross. Like there's information. There's information spaces that DoD folks like operate in and work in. There's information spaces that Silicon Valley and tech operated in. They're a little more convergent to.
You got work this morning, bro? Top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning, top of the morning. Early riser, you know how we do. I can't find that part in that song. Oh no, I was just thinking about a book I could have swore I had, but I never read. And I was gonna try to start reading it today. And now I can't find that shit. Motherfucker. As soon as I want to read the book, I can't find the shit. I don't like that. All right. Let me take a bathroom break, and I'll be right back.
But especially at the time, they were very separate. And so the briefings we did, we had to constantly, iterate on like clarity, making it very kind of clear and explaining it and all that stuff. Years at time.
And that was the piece to your question about like the pushback from, in a way, from inside the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was the people who cared about the risk.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, like when we actually went into the labs, so some labs, not all labs are created equal. We should make that point. When you talk to whistleblowers, what we found was, so there's one lab that's like really great. So Anthropic, when you talk to people there, you don't have the sense that you're talking to a whistleblower who's nervous about telling you whatever. Roughly speaking, what the executives say to the public is aligned with what their researchers say. It's all very, very open.
More closely, I think, than any of the others. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, more closely than any of the others. Always, there are always variations here and there. But some of the other labs, like, very different story. And you had the sense, like, we were in a room with one of the frontier labs. We're talking to their leadership. This is part of the investigation. And there was somebody from, anyway, won't be too specific, but there was somebody in the room who then took us aside after, and he hands me his phone. He's like, "Hey, can you please put your phone number in?" Can you please put?
Yeah.
Or no, yeah. He put his number in my phone, and then he kind of whispered to me. He's like, "Hey, so whatever recommendations you guys are going to make, I would urge you to be more ambitious." And I was like, what does that mean? He's like, can we just talk later? So as happened in many, many cases, we had a lot of cases where we set up bar meetups after the fact, where we would talk to these folks and get them in an informal setting. He shared some pretty sobering stuff, and in particular, the fact that he did not have confidence in his lab's leadership to live up to their publicly stated word on what they would do when they were approaching AGI, and even now to secure and make these systems safe. So many such cases, this is kind of one specific example, but it's not that you ever had lab leadership come in or doors getting kicked down and people are waking us up in the middle of the night. It was that you had this looming cloud over everybody, that you really felt some of the people with the most access and information who understood the problem the most deeply were the most hesitant to bring things forward, because they sort of understood that their lab's not going to be happy with this.
So it's very hard to also get an extremely broad view of this from inside the labs, because you open it up, you start to talk to. We spoke to a couple of dozen people about various issues in total. You go much further than that, and word starts to get around, and so we had to kind of strike that balance as we spoke to folks from each of these labs.
Now, when you say approaching AGI, how does one know when a system has achieved AGI, and does the system have an obligation to alert you?
Well, by the Turing test, right?
Yes.
So you have a conversation with a machine and it can fool you into thinking that it's a human. That was the bar for AGI for a few decades.
That's kind of already happened.
Yeah. We
close to it.
Yeah.
4.0 is close to it, or 4.0.
Different forms of the Turing test have been passed, different forms have been proposed, and there is a feeling among a lot of people that goalposts are being shifted. Now, the definition of AGI itself is kind of interesting, right? Because we're not necessarily fans of the term, because usually when people talk about AGI, they're talking about a specific circumstance in which there are capabilities that they care about. So some people use AGI to refer to the wholesale automation of all labor, right? That's one. Some people say, well, when you build AGI, it's automatically going to be hard to control and there's a risk to civilization, so that's a different threshold. And so all these different ways of defining it, ultimately, it can be more useful to think sometimes about advanced AI and the different thresholds of capability you cross and the implications of those capabilities. But it is probably going to be more like a fuzzy spectrum, which in a way makes it harder, right? Because it would be great to have like
a tripwire where you're this is bad. Okay, we got to do something. But because there's no threshold that we can really put our fingers on, we're like a frog in boiling water in some sense, where it's just gets a little better, we're still fine. And not just we're still fine, but as the system improves below that threshold, life gets better and better. These are incredibly valuable, beneficial systems. We do roll stuff out like this, again, at DoD and various customers, and it's massively valuable. It allows you to accelerate all kinds of, back office,
So I have this series, Frank Herbert's Dune. I watched the the classic 80s movies, the classic 80 movie when I was a kid. As a kid, you don't realize a lot of entertainment is based on literature. And so, I don't know who told me to read the story, but somebody was talking about, we was talking about Dune or whatever. He's like, bro, you gotta read the books. Gotta read the books. So, once I read Dune, you can see how trash the first one is. I was so anxious to read that first book. I kind of tore it up a little bit. But, let's see. Dune, The Children of Dune, and Dune Messiah. Dune Messiah. Yeah, Dune Messiah, and then The Children of Dune. Alright. But, so after Frank Herbert passed away, his son followed in his footsteps. So his son was a really good writer as well. I think his son's name is Michael Herbert. So Frank Herbert's son, and his son had another co-writer, a buddy that he wrote with. They took Frank Herbert's notes and wrote a book about the Dune universe, a prequel. They wrote a prequel to this whole series. So in Dune, they talk about the Butlerian Jihad, where centuries before, they already came up with what they call thinking machines. AI robots, basically, is how he describes it. So, I was talking about this yesterday. Copyright 1965. So in the mid-60s, he was postulating the idea of a thinking machine. Was it already computers, or was it already, the concept of AI or all that, whatever. But it was there. And so his son wrote a book called The Butlerian Jihad, where in these series they talk about this jihad where they had to destroy all the thinking machines. And then they just trained humans to be super, super smart human calculators called the Mentax. And the Mentax can do tremendous calculations in their minds, just like a computer. So they say we rather train like super mathematical geniuses who are humans instead of making any more thinking machines. Let's not do that again. And so I have that book somewhere, I have Michael Herbert's The Butlerian Jihad somewhere, and I think it's time for me to read it, and now I can't find that shit. But these are awesome. If you've never actually read the Dune series, man, read these books, bro. The movie, the classic one from the 80s was good. They've been like a half a dozen like television series they've tried to make off of this series. There was one TV series that actually wasn't terrible. It wasn't great either, but it wasn't bad because the source material is so good, A lot of people have tried to work with this before, but I've never read those books, even though my parents had them when I was growing up. Missed opportunity. I always got time, bro. But I don't know, the Dune series, now it may be, and it still doesn't seem like it will have like that same kind of admiration like Lord of the Rings or Star Wars or something like that. I look at this shit as contemporary with them, Like the world that he creates, that shit is just as good as fucking Middle Earth and all that shit. But when they produce those films, I mean, the Lord of the Ring trilogies, each one of those movies are 3 hours long, and like the set pieces and everything, like they really went hardcore to try to bring that world to life. And now finally with the new Dune movies, Dune 1 and Part 2 is actually still just the first book. There's 3 books in the original trilogy, but the first 2 movies, it's still just the first book. Like, it takes a lot to tell this first story. Like, that shit is crazy, crazy. And so when I watched the first one, and I was like, I hope they tell it all. And then, like, it's getting closer, and I'm like, they're not putting a whole lot in here. Then to be continued, I was like, okay, well, at least they're doing that. They're going to really give this enough time to unfold and really try to tell this story. So many nuances. It's really, really political, and heavy science fiction. I love this series. And now thinking about this whole AI revolution, and everybody's like, man, we may have, thinking machines in a couple years. We may have thinking machines. And I'm like, somebody wrote a story where that scenario didn't turn out too good. Well, most stories like that don't turn out too good. The ones that I know about. So I was like, let me read this one. I know I got that book. I just had it on standby for years and haven't picked it up yet. But this morning I really went. I looked all through the bookshelf and I'm like, where the fuck? It's not on the bookshelf. Now I don't know where it's at. I got 2 bookshelves. And it's not on my main bookshelf. It's not on the second bookshelf. So I got classic stuff like this. Hello? Hey. Yeah. You finally got off? You never get off on time anymore. Like I say, buy me a damn drink, order appetizer, and don't let me pay for my part of it, whatever. Oh damn. Yeah. All right, I'll talk with you later. All right, bye. Yeah, man, they gotta they gotta give those books like that justice. There's another series that I have, and they only did like one movie, but that one movie was okay, but it's nowhere near telling the story at all. Nowhere near telling the story, bro. So there's this one series called Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card. Orson Scott Card wrote the Ender Game series. So good, bro. Bro, that shit is so good. And it's like 4 or 5 books in that series. But when they made the movie, they only made the movie about the first book. But the thing is about that series, the main character is, now I think it's 3 or 4 books. Ender Game, Shadow of the Hegemon, Ender's Game, something defeat, Shadow of the Hegemon. Damn. Yo, good morning, bro. Damn, hold up. I can't think of all the titles of the books real quick. Hold on. Alright, the Ender's Game, Speaker for the Dead, Xenocide, and Children of the Mind. And then Shadow of the Hegemon, right? Hold on. I didn't read Children of the Mind, I don't think. Or did I? Now I can't remember which one of these. Damn, hold up. Where the fuck are my books at? Yeah, I only got one of these left. This right here is Shadow of the Hegemon. But so anyway, they did the movie for Ender's Game, which is the first book. But it's 6 books in the series. And the first book is the only book where the main character is a kid. He is a kid the entire first book. He's in school. He's learning shit. He goes to war. And then after that, like, the second book, that shit jumped, like, years. And then in book 2, he's, like, 30-something. And then the rest of the story, he's an adult. And I'm like, yo, why didn't they make more parts to the fucking movie, yo? You just showed up the very first part when he was a fucking kid, yo, which is good. Like how that shit started out in the first book, yo, that shit's so dope. But then you thinking like, oh, well, let's see what happens, you know, in his later years and when he's a teenager. Like, nah, they skip a lot of that shit, yo. And it's just like, nah, he's grown now. But it does, like, the books do give like more backstory as he was growing up, but this another series, yo. If you never read Ender's Game, yo, read the Ender Game series. That shit go hard. So, Ender Game, that shit like, motherfuckers came to Earth, some aliens came to Earth and tried to kill us, and we trying to kill these motherfuckers. They look like insects and shit. We call them motherfuckers the buggers. But they a hive mind, so they train these fucking kids to pilot these advanced spaceships to fucking kill these motherfuckers. But then Ender, he's like the best pilot. And then somehow, like, he's so fucking smart. The queen insect alien starts communicating with him in his mind, and then they both understand it like, yo, this a big mistake. We didn't understand each other. She was like, we thought y'all was bugs. Y'all think we bugs. But like we both have spirits and souls and believe in a higher consciousness. And so the queen was like, yo, we just need to, you done killed my whole entire race. She was like, I'm the last one left. Can you please save me? And so he wound up having compassion and saving the fucking queen and taking her to another planet, yo, and let her try to start her race back over. But then they find this other fucking planet with these little creatures, a new race they ain't never found before they call them piggies, cause they look like little pig people. But when these motherfuckers die, they turn into trees, yo. Somehow when they die, like a tree grow out their body. But then they are the tree. It's not like it's like they call that shit second life, and they can still think and feel and communicate as trees. They just can't move no more. And then they have he talk about this whole AI shit that Ender, like this experimental AI, and somehow Ender gets hold to this shit, and now he the only person who has this shit, yo. And that shit allows for faster than light travel. And then like in the last book that I read, I can't remember which one it was though. Was it Shadow of the Puppet Master? Or it might have been Xenocide, where they find this other race of new aliens. But these new aliens, these motherfuckers communicate with chemicals. They use like, I don't know, man. It was weird how he had described that shit, but whatever it was, like they tried to send a message to these motherfuckers, and they sent a message back, but it was like hydrogen, oxygen, carbon. Like what? You just sending us some chemicals? Like how and they didn't understand how to like decipher that shit. And then that was the end of the story. It was them trying to communicate, trying to figure out how to communicate with this other species, because it seemed like these motherfuckers was about to attack their ass. And if they couldn't get a message and get a clarification through to say, hey, whoa, we friendly, like it would have been some kind of war would have started. And that's how that shit ended. I was like, yo, how the fuck he end that shit like that? And then I think like the last book to the series, I never read that one. I'm assigning you as one of my elite employees. Oh, the AI was right? Oh, damn. That's crazy, yo. I say, man, you just damn, yeah, get that shit for free, bro. All that shit free, man. Yeah, that shit easy. Super easy to use. That shit super easy to use. But yeah, I feel like I need to read something new, man. I haven't read a book this year at all. It's halfway through the fucking year. So I was gonna read Michael Herbert's The Butlerian Jihad, but I can't find that shit. And well, I had started reading Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike. He is the guy who came up with the American branch of the Freemason Guild. He's like one of the main founders of Freemasonry in the Americas, because he brought over like all the traditions of the Scottish Rite and all of that shit. And so he wrote Morals and Dogma, and I did start reading that. But when I took my trip to South Carolina earlier this year, I took my book with me because I was reading on the ride down, and man, I left that shit at my damn aunt's house. I was like, fuck, yo, and I was only like 50 pages into it. Like I was just getting started on that book. So and for entertainment purposes, of course. You got it, man. You trying to get some sports betting in. I won't be doing the gambling shit, dog. Nah. I remember the last time I gambled was me and my cousin was playing NFL 2K on the Dreamcast. We was playing NFL 2K on the Dreamcast, and we bet $100 on the game, yo. Between it was just me and him playing football. Who to win? Y'all, I swear to God, yo. I had this nigga beat the whole game. In the fourth quarter, this bitch come back and tie the game up with like damn near no time on the clock, and then something happened, yo, and this motherfucker won with a field goal, like by a couple points. I was like, what, bro? I lost $100. But I ain't never ever bet or gamble on nothing ever again in my life, yo. to the Freemasons. Yeah, I had got an invitation too, man. I got one of my biggest art collectors. This dude has like 7 paintings from me. He owns a law firm, but he does like workman's comp. That's most of his stuff. I think his law firm does a few other things, but he normally focuses like on workman's comp issues. Got a nice ass office in like the little town over, but I don't know. He just started buying a bunch of art for me for a couple years, and I don't know. We're friends on Facebook and everything, and like when I had got a bunch of my Freemason materials and shit, I was just showing that shit on Facebook, like, yo, I got some secrets to the underground. And he got down. He just texted me. He was like, yo, if you really want to, learn this stuff, I can just invite you. I can make you a member of my guild. I thought about it for a day. I read his text message like 3 times that day. I can invite you in. Then the next day, I just texted him back. I was like, nah, I'm good. I got this. I can just read some stuff and learn for myself. But my thoughts is, I already know, man. I'm not keeping no secrets, bro. I'm not keeping no secrets. If you let me in them doors and I walk across that checkerboard floor and through that threshold, hey, bro, I'm telling everything I see in this bitch. Y'all gonna have to kill me. I ain't even set myself up for failure like that, cause I already know I ain't gonna be able to hold that shit in. You let me, every man. There's a Masonic hall not too far from me. But when you look at these buildings, if it has windows, they're always blacked out. The one that's close to me, there are no windows. The building it has a front door, and it has like a little window like up on the shit, maybe for attic or some kind of maintenance access or something. Ain't no windows on this shit, man. They don't want you to know what's going on in that bitch. And all the other halls that I ever seen, like if they do have windows, they got shutters on it that's closed or windows that's blacked out. That shit is secret. So goddamn, if you let me in a secret room, man, look. Yeah, I'm good on that. Yeah, man. Not trying to get into no secret society. Y'all gonna be mad at me, dog. That motherfucker gonna be super, super bad at me. Motherfuckers go. I said, you gonna just have to kill me, dog, cause I ain't gonna stop. Goddamn, telling the shit that I learned. Shit. Shit. Damn. I might do IG. I might do IG in a minute. I gotta get some painting in this morning. I ain't really paint yesterday like I was supposed to. I was there. I made that beat for like 40 minutes. Then I painted. Then me and you busted up, and then shit. I really only painted for like not even. I say about 45 minutes. Damn, about 45 minutes yesterday. I really gotta get some toes painted this morning. I should have already been painting already. What time is it? It's 7:45. But I did already do some other shit. I cooked and had breakfast, made coffee, did some laundry, got some laundry going. So I got a bunch of shit, yeah. Yes, sir. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be on there in a little while. I be trying to do the YouTube stream more now, cause every time, yo, Instagram is so sensitive about playing anything, yo. If I have any kind of music that's not mine, like even if it's not music, if I'm just like listening to some shit, yo, they turn my Instagram off. But at least like on YouTube, they'll just be like, oh, this content is banned in this country, in this country. I'm like, alright, sorry. As long as you don't turn my fucking stream off. The motherfuckers, like, you can't listen to shit when you're on Instagram at all. I hate they do that shit like that. Alright. I need to finish this Spanish lesson. I get this Spanish lesson done and get these brushes wet. This factory is very new. Esta fábrica es muy nueva. Carolina is always happy. Happy is contenta. How do you spell that? Contenta. T-E-N-T-A. Okay. The girl is a Mexican. La niña es Mexicana. M-E-X-I. Alright.
Es una universidad americana. Es una universidad americana.
It's a American university.
Es.
Hold on.
Es una universidad americana.
Yeah. An American university.
Pequeña.
Julian vive en una ciudad pequeña y Julia vive en un pueblo pequeño. Bowling.
Get more with Super Duolingo.
Alright, that is 100. God, oh, I keep, the time difference, bro. The time difference. It ain't even 6 o'clock over there yet. That's how I know we early birds, bro. Motherfuckers be up before 6. When I be showing people my alarm settings, they be like, but why? Because my alarm is set at goddamn 4 a.m. Then my second one is at 5:15. So I get up at 4, I turn that alarm off, and then I turn my second alarm on. So I try to get to the gym like at least 20 minutes after 4. If I get up, brush my teeth, wash my face, throw some clothes on, depending on how fast I'm moving, get in the car and get to the gym, I can be there in by 4:15, 4:20. So that second alarm lets me know to leave the gym. Working out, I hear that, oh, 5:15, time to leave the gym. And then my 6 o'clock alarm is for my rest days on my long work days, where I have to be at the prison at 8:30. If I use that day as a rest day from the gym, I'll try to sleep until 6, and I have a 6 o'clock alarm set. Most of the time I still get up before the 6 o'clock alarm go off. I can't hardly sleep that late most of the time. But yeah, like 4 a.m. is normally the time I wake up, 4 in the morning. Balling, 193-day streak of learning Espanol. 193 days. Sometimes I really just make sure I do 1 lesson a day. Sometimes I try to do like 2 or 3 lessons a day. You say 1,500 for your timing assistance. Not the early bird special. You must have did real good on what it is, Live Nation or bet something, sports bets. Right there. All right. I guess like that. Yo, good morning, good morning. I tried to hype a little beat I did yesterday. I want to listen to it again real quick this morning and see what it sounds like while we get set up here. I gotta I don't think I need to add any colors. I may need to add a few colors. To the palette real quick. Hold on. I didn't even check that. I need some flesh tone and probably some of that gold ochre. If I put that on there, I may be able to just get started with that. Think about this one, yo. motion where they slapping, boy. They just slap a little bit right there. I said that's not a bad one. I ain't even mad at that one, man. I can jam out. I can jam out some shit like that right there, dog. Huh? Man. I think the vocals was the last thing because I already had everything else. I had the sounds, I just didn't have all the breaks in there. I think that last break that I added in those vocals were just enough, just what it needed. Let's see, but that was shit. Got a frog in my throat. That was the last beat I was playing around with. There's another one that I, even before that one that I was playing around with, it's still like it's nothing really, but it's the start of something. I want to pick that one back up and play around with that one a little bit more. I'm gonna turn this AC off. It's pretty cool in here now. I may turn it back on, but it's cool enough, and plus air conditioners are loud as shit, so. But
Doc's not the ones.
yeah, everybody knows, like For the past few months, I've really been big on the AI topic, just trying to keep up with all the latest trends in that area. Always just trying to keep up with like tech in general and like what's going on in the world. And so recently, after listening to that Terrence Howard interview on Joe Rogan, oh, I gotta move this. I went back and listened to like some other stuff from him. Somebody actually sent me a PDF to the book that he's published. And he said that, you know, some patents that he came up with were like the basis for VR and augmented reality technology. And I'm like, God damn, man, this dude is onto some shit. So I've been just going back down this tech rabbit hole for a while. I listened to a lot of Wes Roth and Matt Wolf are really big techie guys. But now I started to revisit this channel that I used to watch several years ago. This dude right here, he talks about a lot of different things, but he mostly talks about magnetism, and he does like these really cool experiments with magnets. Like he has like huge ass magnets that most people don't have, and he shows you experiments with these things and how magnetism really works and why most sciences don't understand it as it should be. And but lately he's been talking about other really interesting topics as well. Me and one of my friends were having a conversation about water and what is water and why does water work the way it does. Why are we mostly water? What is water really mostly made out of? And a lot of different aspects and attributes of water that's really still not fully understood. We think water has something very important to do with how our memory is stored, and how we're able to recall past memories. More than likely has something to do with the way water is used in our body. It's a weird thing. Trust me, it's so far over my head I can't even explain this shit. I can't even try to explaining it, but water is way more complex than people think. It's not just H2O. Oh, yeah, we know that part, but yeah. It's something more than that. It's definitely something more to water than we fully comprehend right now. And so this video clip is titled "Water of Life." I'm sure he's going to talk about something completely different than what I was just saying, but still interesting. Just, you know, on the subject of water, what does he mean, the water of life? What is the water of life? You know, but I think that's another topic I want to try to get back into, because I did watch a few people talk about the memory of water, and if you freeze water a certain way and then unfreeze it and then freeze it again, it'll try to take the same shape as the first time when it was frozen, even though it's in a different container. So, you know, there's a lot of people have done a lot of different cool experiments with water, and it is kind of it's not as simple or as what we think it is. Yeah, we can drink that shit. We can boil it and freeze it and make steam and add a lot of shit to it. Yeah, what the fuck is water though? Like, really?
Hatched out, but some other ducks that she bought, and I think like 14 little duckies met their end at the hands of a poor fox. They used to cave dive every day. I don't know if you've ever been nearly or totally immersed in perfectly pure water. I used to do most of my cave diving in High Springs, Florida. It's just north of Gainesville. Hundreds and hundreds of dives. And mostly, expensive scuba certification. It's just very, very technical. Twin steel 90s, everything is redundancy, 3 cave lights. I'd have twin steel 90s that I'd wear, and then an oxygen decompression tank at 20 feet, and even had an underwater scooter. And I used to go back. The average depth was about 90 feet. And it's just what it actually does to your body is quite amazing. Pure water. Most people have never immersed themselves in chlorine-free pure water, and it's just amazing. I don't know if you know this or not. There are countless examples and passages of this, of the Chaldean oracles who would, and this is true of Egyptian priests, they would actually get information and be inspired by immersion in really pure water. The most prolific inventor who ever lived, I think he recently died, he was an old Japanese guy. He spent every morning immersed in this big pool and swim laps, and he had a notepad. I've seen video of it. He had a notepad by the side of the pool at various locations, and he'd get these flashes of inspiration. I forget how many patents he had before he died, but more than anybody else on Earth, by far. And he got it by immersing himself in water. You can go look that guy up. I can't remember his name, some really hard to pronounce Japanese name. But pure water is absolutely amazing. The real question is that people accurately yet still incorrectly, as far as the mystery of water, and the mystery of water is absolutely fascinating. They think, well, and it is true that water is necessary for life, but I mean the question is water alive itself? Is water that which is life? Because life, of course, is the consubstantiality of matter and spirit. There's an ancient passage that is attributable probably all the way back to ancient Egypt. We attribute to the Pythagoreans. However, we find it in the Timaeus of Plato, 31b through 32c. In short, it says these two things alone, that being spirit and matter, cannot be.
So, does anyone else have a theory or an idea of what water is? I say people have been postulating this for a long time. Like, what the fuck is water? And like you said, I never really thought about that. How often have you had access to pure water? Just pure, unadulterated, untouched, just water. Even most animals don't. Even nature. Like, is that... I mean, yeah, because... like you say, he's been cave diving in certain places. So it's there. And I can imagine that there are, certain animals in these caves that if they were to be submerged in any other kind of water, they may die immediately. But like, most water is not just pure water. It's not just water. And especially the stuff that how we treat our water. It's literally treated. It comes from the water treatment plants because it's sewage. It has chemicals and cleaners and all this other stuff in it. Yeah, does the average person have access to pure water? And what would that do to you? Like, how would you react to pure water?
Satisfactorily united without a third. And that third thing is water. There is no life without water. By the way, before actually getting too deep in this video, The geometry of the water molecule is 108 by 36 by 36. People say, well, when I go on any website, I'll actually say it's 104.5 degrees. Of course, it's never been physically measured for obvious reasons, but the reason why they actually say 104 is they're basing it upon the nucleus of the oxygen atom and the two hydrogen atoms, and that is 104, but it is based upon the region of influence, in other words, the absolute outer structure. I mean, that would be, if I were to measure, these two lobes based upon the center, that's where they're actually getting the 104 degrees. It's actually based upon the outside. So the 104 is based upon the premise of the center of the oxygen and hydrogen atoms, but it's not there to be measured, it's there to be measured. So it actually is 108, because I see that every time I mention the fact that the water molecule is the only perfect incommensurable geometry in the entire universe, and that's not my idea or feeling. It is a fact.
Insurance all seems
the water molecule is the only incommensurable.
With USAA, it's easy to find.
It's the only what?
Water. Times I mentioned the fact that the water molecule is the only perfect incommensurable geometry in the entire universe, and that's not my idea or feeling.
Perfect incommensurable geometry in the universe. The water molecule, the H2O. The H2O. The hydrogen with double oxygen on it. Oh, double hydrogen. I never heard that. It's a perfect geometry. But that's why I did my my complex ion series too. Because I'm not big into chemistry, but I definitely like chemistry. And so in that series, I depicted the carbon molecule, the molecular structure for melanin, and the structure for DNA, which are all just I say elemental structures. What? I never thought about it as like geometry, like geometrical shapes. But then at the same time, like some shit just in nature is just weird, like how all bees everywhere who build honeycombs, they're always in that same shape. Like, where do you get that shit from? How do they know that is the shape of a honeycomb? Nature, the math of nature tells them it's that way.
It is a fact. Water is absolutely incredible. I have spent so much time thinking about water, and why is it that the only perfect incommensurable geometry in the entire universe, which is the 108, 36 degree triangle, which actually I also too have tattooed right here in the back of my hand, it's upside down. This in triplicate, of course, makes it the Pythagorean pentagram. Everything is complete in 5. That's what the Pythagoreans said. It probably predates the Pythagoreans by who knows how many endless thousands of years. And this is based upon the Fibonacci sequence, sort of the golden ratio, of which the first 5 digits, which excludes the number 4, because the number 4 is a time. Every ancient culture said time is the number 4, and that's the only digit that's actually missing out of the first 5 digits of the Fibonacci sequence, which are 1, 1, 2, 3, and 5. And that specific incommensurable geometry, which the ancient Greeks called the Euristos Dias, or the incommensurable one, because the first 2 digits of the Fibonacci sequence are 1, which is the absolute, or God, i.e. the agathon.
So I think the Fibonacci sequence is where you just add the numbers you get and then the previous number. So 1 and 1 plus 1 is 2, and then 1 plus 2 is 3, 3 plus 2 is 5, 5 plus 3 is 8, and then so forth and so on. So is that the Fibonacci sequence or no? Where you add it like that? Because like you said, 4 is missing when you do it that way. And why? Because 4 represents time?
Ancient Pali word for it is Brahma.
Brahma, yeah.
When Gautama called his teaching, so what do you call your teachings, Gautama? Yeah. The term Buddhism didn't exist until the 16th century, so yeah, this Buddhism nonsense, no. When he was asked what to call his teachings, he called it Brahmayana, which means paths to the Absolute. So the first is God or the Absolute, i.e. the Agathon in Greek. And the second is also 2-1, but it is not a separate one or another one. Obviously, that's completely impossible. We're not talking about two absolutes. We're not talking about a second God. We're not actually talking about a second Agathon. We're talking about the extrinsic attributes of that which is most good and divine, because that which is divine is good, and in its divinity, it is itself and its attribute as one thing, not two things. And this is the difficult premise for people to understand behind emanationism. It's the inseparability, of course, between light and illumination. Nobody on this planet, or any planet for that matter, has ever seen light. They only see illumination. And for people to wrap their mind around this abstruse metaphysics of theurgy and emanationism is quite difficult. But getting back to water, that third thing which joins the two...
I could say the same thing about oxygen. I think you are correct. Yeah, man. But then that statement, he's made that statement right there before too, like nobody sees light. We can't see light. We just see illumination. So can you actually see the light, or is the room lit? Is the room illuminated? Do you see what is making the room? Yeah, you can see the bulb, and the bulb is bright, but that's the illumination. We don't actually see the light. You can't see light. I get a lot of different thoughts when I be listening to this dude, yo. He really, this motherfucker really be making you think, man.
Ask ourselves the question, is water alive? Is water life itself? I mean, is it necessary for life to exist? And obviously, too, life is the consubstantiality between matter and spirit. We actually have the conjoinment of those two things.
Oh, definitely, water is life. We can go longer without food than we can without water. Why? Because we're mostly water. We're mostly water. Most living things are mostly water. I ain't gotta eat. I ain't gotta eat for a week. I can go 7 days without no food. I can't go 3 days without water. For 7 days, as long as I can have something to drink, if I got some water to drink, I'll be alright. Especially if I got water and some sunlight, you'll be fine for a week. You'll probably be weak at the end of that week. W-E-A-K. But you'll be alright. You'll pull back. You'll bounce back. But try to go a week without no water. You dead. You dead as hell, bro. You dead as fuck. You're not gonna do it. You're not going 7 days. Not 7 days without drinking water. Water is life.
We actually have a third thing, which is consciousness. And the ancient Pali word is metaphysically supremely accurate. The Pali word, an ancient dead language of which I'm a translator thereof, is vijnana. is prefixed with vi plus nyama. It's literally no different than saying agnosis. It's no different than saying illumination. It's a consubstantial temporal manifestation between light, self, i.e. the transcendent self, which would be analogous to the signal, and that of matter. Of course, this radio is matter. But what this antenna is, not a perfect analogy, but nearly a perfect analogy, would be water. People say, I've told people that the consciousness is the dipole antenna.
Listen to that, yo. Listen. So, your body is the radio itself, the plastic, the wires, the speakers, the circuits, all the hardware, the radio itself. Water is the antenna. Water is the part of the radio that can receive the signal. And so what is the signal? Is consciousness the signal? Spirit? Our being? Is that the signal? And we need water in order to pick up that frequency from the signal so that it can be resonated throughout the radio so that it can express itself.
To water for the manifestation of light. And it goes no further than that. When somebody dies, the consciousness is cut off, but obviously too not the spirit. And the spirit, of course, is reflexively contained in the persona non grata and the memory, past life recollection thereof. Kind of like erasing a hard drive. But in erasing a hard drive, you erase the table of contents. You don't actually erase the binary data that's on the platter, as in your perfect analogy. So we have the signal, which would be analogous to spirit, which of course is everywhere and nowhere. It's all around me, right? This, of course, is a constituent component of battery, which would be akin to food. We can't live without food. All the constituent components that make up the psychophysical body of, flesh, blood, so on and so forth. Then we have the third thing, which is impossible. You can have the best radio in the world. I'm a ham radio operator. I've owned some of the best radios that money can buy. For transceiving, the very best radio without any antenna is completely useless. And, it needs to be a good antenna. And the transceiver itself is really only as good as the antenna. Some people will buy, like new ham radio operators will buy, not that ham radio is dead now, essentially, will buy a really nice ham radio, but they won't install a really good antenna or the correct installation of it. It's like, wow, I got the most expensive radio in the world. Why can't I get a signal? This sucks. And it's like, well, what kind of antenna you got? What kind of coax do you have? I'm 100% certain, that the irrational psychosis of current humanity is because of the fact that they're drinking stuff that's made with tap water, which of course is a billion times recycled filth and vile, everything horrible and disgusting. Well, it's pure water. It's like, well, there's qualitatively pure and there's quantitatively pure. Parts per million of particulate in really great water. People will actually sell, this spring water, and it turns out it's just tap water. And it's like, well, it's really pure. Parts per million is extremely small. It's like, well, it's qualitatively pure. Quantitatively pure, but qualitatively it's extremely impure. I mean, it's a million times recycled poo water. You can say it's the cleanest, purest water quantitatively as far as parts per million of particulate in it. But then you tell somebody, well, this is a billion times, quite literally, recycled poo water. And nobody wants to drink it. I mean, inherently the human being knows, that water could be as pure can be. I mean, kind of like the International Space Station. They actually recycle all the filth and nastiness there through these really, really expensive filtration devices. But they're consuming filth, purified filth. It's like, well, yeah, it's purified. It's hard to get that across to people. But the antenna, people say, well, where is memory at? You know, is it in water? And of course it's not in water. There's no signal in this antenna. The antenna is a logos that's cut to a certain measure for the manifestation of the signal. It is cut to a quarter wavelength or a half wavelength. It can be coiled. There's a million different antenna designs, almost literally, and I've built quite a few of them. I've built at least 100 different antennas. A lot of Yagi antennas, dipoles. By the way, water molecule is a dipole antenna for the manifestation line. You can go on Google search and type in dipole antenna. It just looks like an inverted V. Yeah. That's that third interlocutor between spirit and matter that makes life possible. But do you think it's any sort of cosmic coincidence? And nobody talks about this on Earth. Not Walter Russell, nobody, except for me, that the water molecule is, as the Pythagoreans and who knows before them said, is the only perfect incommensurable geometry in the entire universe. And it is. It is self-similar at every level. Fractal incommensurability, absolute perfect self-similarity. I have an article, by the way, that's in the description, and it'll also, too, be a pinned comment, that I wrote showing you the geometry and the particulars of the water molecule. Just check the pinned comment below. Also, too, check in the description, by the way, if you like any of my free articles that I write or these videos. Any donation is extremely welcome. I say that because it's about impossible to get a donation anymore, even though I keep writing articles and things. But, you know, I know the world's really tight these days, but I certainly greatly appreciate it. Trust me, I really do. But the information is not in the water. People's like, you're saying that the information, the memories of consciousness are in water. And the answer is no, they're not. Just
see, I told you some people actually hypothesized that memory is in water. But he just said, nah, it's not in the water. But that's, I mean, where is it? Where is our memory? Where is that actually stored at? In our brain, in our body. Where? Like, we really haven't figured that out yet. And why some people get dementia and Alzheimer's or amnesia just from a blow in the head, like, or just from aging or some type of illness. And it's like, well, damn, where is our memory at? How is it damaged like that? And how can we repair it if we don't exactly know, like, where memory is stored at? There's not, like, some central place like the frontal lobe or the temporal lobe or whatever we know controls your speech functions or your motor functions. Like, yeah, because if you poke this part of the brain, some shit happens, and if you poke that part of the brain, some shit happens. But you can't find the part of the brain to poke that, like, sparks a memory, though. Have yet to figure that out. Anema and animus. Just don't tell them it used to be poo water. You don't have to tell everybody it was fucking poo water, bro. Stop. You mean my tap water? What I cook my soup in and make my coffee with? Yeah, it's just poo water. That's all it is. When you flush your toilet, where do you think all that water goes? To the water treatment plant. The treatment. And what do? They treat the water. They throw some chemicals in there and saying it kills bacteria and all this stuff, and then they run it through some filters and put it back in the goddamn pipeline, and shit come out your damn sink. Same stuff. Exact same stuff. Ain't no difference, man. Just recycled pool water. He ain't had to tell everybody though. They be drinking the pool water. Hepsi. Shit. Allergy season. You know it's allergy season. I heard this one lady say that planners for like some of the early cities were fucking retarded, and they actually just fucked everybody up because when they were planning like downtowns and different parks and stuff, they were like, yeah, let's use all male trees, because if we use female trees that make fruits and stuff, then you know every year we'll have all these fruit bearing trees just dropping fruits everywhere and rotting all over the city and all the cleanup effort. So let's not do that. Let's just, you know, plant male trees so we don't have to worry about that shit. But male trees are the trees that make the fucking pollen, dumbass. And if there's not female trees to soak up the pollen, then all the pollen just goes everywhere and we breathe that bitch in. Whereas if you would have planted all female trees and no male trees, then there would be no pollen from the male trees, and with the female trees not getting pollinated, there would also be no fruit laying around on the streets and shit. But now, like yesterday and today, and like yesterday, I didn't even go outside really. Went outside a couple of times, like take some trash out and shit. No, I did sweep the front porch off. It don't even take a lot. As soon as I started sweeping, seeing all that pollen, like, yep, missed that fucking season. I'm ready for it though. Fuck me and cold. I'd rather be hot with hay fever than cold with the flu. You know? That's just my preference though. Some people rather be cold. I'm good on that.
Like a dipole antenna for ham radio communication. There's no signal therein. There's no signal. I could turn this on right now.
Highs in the lower 80s. Southeast winds up to 5 miles an hour.
Can we just stop and think for a second? Does anybody on this earth, even if you know nothing about radios and how they work, do you really think that at any point in time there is a signal in this antenna, which is nothing other than a microcoaxial connector onto a twisted piece of wire? It's not there. There's no electricity in an electrical line. Sure there is. No, it's not there. You go looking for it, you won't find it. It is a guide for manifestation. How do you manifest something? People, when you talk about manifesting destiny and manifesting your own future, and you know, you are the master of your own destiny. You either manifest it or you don't, right? People think that that's like some sort of new age woo-woo, and superficially it sounds like new age Jabberwocky. Like, you're talking white lighter nonsense. Well, how is that any different from an antenna manifesting a signal? Because I take the antenna off this radio, you ain't getting nothing. And it don't matter how expensive the radio is. You're not getting anything. There is nothing in this. It's a piece of wire. It is a logos of perfect proportionality and incommensurability and self-similarity. And there's one perfect antenna. And it's a perfect antenna for the manifestation of life. And it's what the Pythagoreans called the only perfect geometry in the entire universe. And in triplicate, this is where we get the Trinity, by the way, because that's what this particular triangle is. You take 3 of these and you take them at different angles, and of course you get a pentagram. 3 triangles to create the pentagram with, of course, 5 points. That is the 1-1-5 perfect incommensurable triangle. You take an incommensurable cut, and it becomes 1/5, and then the miniature triangle in there means that 1/5 translates into 1, and 1 translates into 5, and it is perfectly dissectable. The entire universe, as explained in 509b through 511 of Plato's Republic, the divided line section, speaks of the secret of the entire universe, and there's basically nobody that sees it. It's super ancient. Plato didn't write it. He got it from his elders and before him and before who knows how far back it goes. But they actually discovered the entire secret of the whole universe. You take a line, you divide it unevenly. You take each one of those new 2 sections, you divide them unevenly, and you end up with perfect proportionality perfection of phi, 1, 1, and 1/5, which equals phi cubed, which equals 1/5 to the power of -3, which equals phi cubed. And also, too, those 4 sections, you take an incommensurable cut. You know, a triangle, of course, is 3 sides. You have 1, 1, phi, and the incommensurable cut becomes 1/phi. And that perfect geometry, and once again, it's upside down here in the back of my hand, is also, too, the water molecule. Interestingly enough, that specific incommensurable geometry is the one and only things that makes life possible. This is the geometry of incommensurability. It's a dipole antenna. The Chaldean oracles knew this. That Japanese inventor with more patents than anybody, way more patents than Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla might have invented twice as much if he soaked his nuggets, in a pool every morning, like that Japanese inventor. He has way more patents than anybody else. A world record, Guinness World Record for more patents than anybody else ever. Period.
This incredible product dissolves oven grease and stubborn mold in seconds without any scrubbing. Take any dirty surface, spray over the grease or mold, and watch it literally melt away. Its patented NanoNet technology.
You should see what happens when you immerse yourself. Immerse instead of mince. Immerse yourself.
Well, I have a patent. I only got one. This motherfucker said he got the Guinness World Record for patents. Nigga, you just making up shit I don't know. What the fuck are you inventing? How you got the world record for patents when there's so much stuff out there already? I gotta look up this guy. Guinness World Record for patents and see who he is. This motherfucker just swimming in pure water, just thinking of all kind of crazy shit every day. You know what? I don't know. I can't even think of that right now. Something that I could fucking patent, an electric salt shaker. It's a brilliant idea. Some birds out there this morning. It's a slow start. It's kind of gray out there. That's why I was able to turn the AC and the fan off. It's not, the sun ain't all beaming extra hot, making it super warm early in the morning. So it's actually not too bad right now. Bap, how long do you spend on a single painting? It all depends on what kind of painting it is and how big the canvas is. Normally I say on average about 60 hours, but some pieces I can do in about 40 hours like that because it's just a solid background with nothing behind it at all. Just some quick letters, solid background, even though the portrait is pretty detailed. You know, you don't see any feet or anything past his knees. So there's a lot there, but not a lot there. But then when you look at something like this, where it's 3 people, 2 books, there's couch, pillows, there's all kind of patterns on the fabrics. So that's about 110 hours worth of work right there. Same size canvas, just one is vertical, one is horizontal. Same size canvas. One is way more in depth than the other. So once again, it just all depends on what's actually being painted. But on average, I'll do about 50 or 60 hours. That piece right there is a lot of just colors in the background and absolutely nothing at the top of the canvas. But even though the portrait is pretty detailed, you know, so it just depends. Some paintings have way more detail, some don't. Some have very detailed backgrounds, some have no backgrounds. Some are on big canvases, some are on small canvases. You know, they take as long as they're gonna take. And then sometimes I'm in the studio for 5 hours, but then I only actually paint for about an hour. That's why this morning I'm really trying to get some painting done. I was in here for a couple hours yesterday morning, but I didn't actually paint a lot. So we're gonna have to be in here for a little while this morning to get something done. Make some kind of like visible progress. How to make some progress today. I want to get this thing done in the next couple weeks, so I can move on to my next painting. Probably next weekend I'll focus more on some more AI art, trying to generate more reference images for my next few paintings. I already started a series that is AI based. That one painting I just showed, this the giant. It's that right there. That image came from that painting was a reference from an AI image that I made. And I have a couple other ones that I've already used. So yes, I want to do a whole series trying to tell this one story of the Anunnaki, but I'm going to use AI to make all the images for that. And I'm going to continue to add to this series here, the foot fetish series this year. And I have another series called The Whisper that I'm going to add to this year as well. I'm already working on the next installment for The Whisper as we speak. And if I can photograph like one more of those before the end of the year, I definitely wouldn't mind trying to get like one more Whisper in this year. Maybe one more foot fetish painting as well. I'm not exactly sure if I want to do flowers next or if I want to do like bubbles, like in a bubble bath. Well, but since it is the season and it's nice and everything is green again, I could do the flowers, because like indoor photography, you can do that any fucking time, really. So in my The Whisper, I definitely want to do that outside.
A giant vat of distilled water or nearly crystal pure water, which I did nearly every day when I did cave diving. Man, I did a lot of cave diving, a lot. Water molecule, by the way, in the article that you can download, has a 3-level stratification. These 3 stratifications, and you can see it, it's impossible for me to explain to you by mouth. If you look at the diagram in the free article below, the 3 stratifications total up to 5. To 5, excuse me, hello. The stratification in 3 levels is 1, 5, and the final one, which is 2 plus 5 to the power of negative 2, which is 0.318. The 3 levels add up to 5. 5, by the way, where everything is complete, is ontos, being, i.e. life. But being is not a thing in and of itself. The broadcast that comes out of the speaker is not the signal.
After midnight.
The broadcast is analogous to life. Life goes no further than the physical, and neither does consciousness. The signal would be analogous to the transcendent self. This, of course, analogous to the body, and this, of course, analogous to the third thing that makes those two things possible. The antenna that is life. Without this, there is no life. Without this, there is no consciousness. That is completion. The broadcast would be analogous to 5. Completion. The Greeks, and who knows, the Pythagoreans, goes back thousands of years. So everything is complete in 5. Actually, the first is the agathon, the second is the euristos dyas, the indefinite dyad, in other words, the extrinsic principle of the absolute. These are not two different things, they're one thing. Like light and illumination are not two different things, they're one thing. Principle and attribute. That, by the way, the understanding of same is the principle behind understanding prohodos. Prohodos is the ancient Greek word for going forth, but what it really means is emanationism. Emanationism is the metaphysics of the Pythagoreans, the ancient Egyptians, Advaita Vedanta, original Buddhism. I say Buddhism in quotes because, once again, that term didn't exist until the 16th century. Gautama himself called it Brahmayana, path to the absolute. Is that, by the way, the understanding?
Why did they take that one down? That's crazy. Bro, they take so much shit off YouTube. Damn. Where the fuck is my phone? Hold on. 1 second. Let me try to find something real quick. Yo, why can't I find this shit at all, yo?
energy matter. Right? So this energy matter is unconscious, okay? And it is the not self. Okay? Energy matter is what we would call spirit. So you say, for example, in the Hebrew Bible, right? It's a very interesting thing. You gotta read carefully and go back and meditate on what you read. It says in the creation story, right? And the Spirit of God hovered over the waters. You remember that? Y'all remember that, right? You lie. You never read the Bible. Come on now. It's all right if you didn't read the Bible. And the Spirit of God hovered over the waters of the deep. Well, it didn't say that God was a spirit. It said the Spirit of God. It's expressing a duality. Here is God and here is the Spirit. It is not God that's hovering over the water, it is God's Spirit, the Ruach. Ruach Elohim hovers over the Tohu and Bohu. Hey? Is that clear to you? In the Kemetic system, this spirit, we call it Ra. And the self, the consciousness world, we call it, before it manifests itself in the world, it is called Atum. But Atum is what we call an adjective noun. An adjective noun, meaning it is the name that we give to something, but that name is really descriptive of the attributes and qualities of the thing.
Listen, the name is actually descriptive of the qualities and the attributes of the thing. Yo, I find people who connect all this stuff, man. I don't just... Now listen to what he says.
And it's the principle behind understanding prohodos. Prohodos is the ancient Greek word for going forth, but what it really means is emanationism. Emanationism is the metaphysics of the Pythagoreans, the ancient Egyptians, Advaita Vedanta, original Buddhism. I say Buddhism in quotes because, once again, that term didn't exist until the 16th century. Gautama himself called it Brahmayana, path to the absolute. It is a liberation ontology based in wisdom. It is working your way back to the signal. Then taking that signal, which is thyself ultimately, the self with a capital S, and removing modulation. The only reason this antenna is able to manifest any signal is because it has a frequency. And saying frequency, saying wavelength is no different than saying modulation, no different than saying vibration, no different than saying perturbation. The absolute irreducible simplicity, divine simplicity of the substrate of the entire universe system. It is working your way back to principle and attribute. That, by the way, the understanding of the Greeks and who knows, the Pythagoreans goes back thousands of years. So everything is complete in five. Actually, the first is the agathon, the second is the euristos dyas, the indefinite dyad, in other words, the extrinsic principle of the absolute. These are not two different things, they're one thing. Like light and illumination are not two different things, they're one thing. Principle and attribute. That, by the way, the understanding
the principle and the attribute are the same thing.
Before it manifests itself in the world, it is called Atum. But Atum is what we call an adjective noun. An adjective noun, meaning it is the name that we give to something, but that name is really descriptive of the attributes and qualities of the thing. Let me give you an example. For example, let's say that Camille, right? Let's say that you have mastered the magic of invisibility. You've made yourself invisible and can't bring yourself back. That's the problem, but it has its perks. Right? And you do wonderful things. You go around the world as a superheroine, a shero. Right? You're doing all these great things and so forth. So we refer to her as the invisible. You know what I'm saying? We call her invisible. So that her attribute has become her name. She's the only one that has that attribute. The one now. Okay? So when we say invisible is here. So invisible, what's a noun now? It's a proper name. But it's really an adjective that describes an attribute, correct? So a tomb is not a god, eh? A tomb is nothing else but an adjective that has been elevated to the level of a noun. Okay? It is an adjective, it's the word that we would use to indicate a reality that is imponderable and irreducible. Something that cannot be multiplied. When we can conceive, right, the idea of something that cannot be multiplied, cannot be divided. You can't add to it, you can't subtract to it. It is complete, perfect, one way. It is immutable, unalterable.
So I was listening to that lecture about 4 or 5 times. And so, once again, everybody doesn't know everything. It's impossible for anyone to know everything. But if you listen to enough people, enough different people, because look how different these people are. If you listen to this guy, whoa, I'm about to drop my paint. If you listen to this guy, who looks nothing like this guy.
Okay to you? And you say, well, gee, if something exists, you should be able to feel it, touch it, act on it. So what we say, but it is, cannot be altered, cannot be touched, felt.
And it's the principle behind understanding prohodos. Prohodos is the ancient Greek word for going forth, but what it really means is emanationism. Emanationism is the metaphysics of the Pythagoreans, the ancient Egyptians, Advaita Vedanta,
See, he talks about the ancient Egyptians. My man, Ranu, he's talking about the ancient Egyptians. I say, man, you just gotta listen to everybody. And then if you listen to enough people, you start hearing the same stuff. Little bits and pieces where shit overlaps. That's where you start piecing shit together. You know? I said it may take years to find some of the places where the overlaps come in at. But if more than one person is saying something like that, it's just take it into consideration.
Buddhism, I say Buddhism in quotes because, once again, that term didn't exist until the 16th century. Gautama himself called it Brahmayana, path to the absolute. It is a liberation ontology based in wisdom. It is working your way back to the signal. Then taking that signal, which is thyself ultimately, the self with a capital S, and removing modulation. The only reason this antenna is able to manifest any signal is because it has a frequency. And saying frequency, saying wavelength is no different than saying modulation, no different than saying vibration, no different than saying perturbation. The absolute irreducible simplicity, divine simplicity of the
That complete irreducible simplicity. Now, didn't my man just say the same thing? Something that cannot be subtracted or multiplied, something that cannot be reduced or added to. People saying the same shit, man. And this is a lot of metaphysical stuff here, right here. So, and this is where like hard science, and I love hard science, but I try to understand the metaphysics as well, because I saw some shit one time that is still completely unexplainable to me. I don't know. I even talked to some people about it. Questioned my own sanity for several days behind this thing. I am non-religious, but I talked to a religious person. I was like, "Yo, can you say a prayer for me, yo?" Well, I didn't tell them to say a prayer for me, but I just talked to a religious person about it, and they was like, "Well, I'll pray for you." I was like, "All right, great, whatever, yo. Do I need some sage or I don't know." Still probably one of the, not probably, it is the weirdest thing that I've ever experienced. And so I feel like understanding some aspects of what people would consider the science of metaphysics to be. That's again, it's just, hey, knowledge is knowledge, man. You know what I'm saying? Take it or leave it. You ain't got to believe it, but if you know about it and you understand it, the perspectives what other people hold on it and why they hold the perspectives, how have they come to their conclusions and their information, and understanding that doesn't make you less intelligent. Understanding why people believe that the earth is flat, or even looking into different arguments yourself on flat earth. That doesn't mean you're stupid or you're less intelligent, or trying to figure that out makes you dumb or something. It just makes you inquisitive. And so, I don't know, like, once again, there's just a lot of stuff we don't know as a species, period. We just don't know. And as a species, there are certain things that we're not capable to perceive, and that's why we use science and technology to enhance our abilities so that we can perceive more of the world. And there are some things that are still very, very, very unexplainable. And so always having these thought experiments and intellectual exercises, it's just a fun thing. Where are my gloves at? Oh. Just saying, what if this was this way, or what if it was that way, or I started watching, actually binge the show the past couple of days, because it's always kind of hard for me to get into any kind of show, because I don't know, I'm older now, so I've watched a lot of movies and TV shows, and after seeing so much stuff and seeing so many different stories, you can kind of like predict what's gonna happen. Who's the bad guy? Who's the hero? Who's gonna die? Who's gonna live? Who's gonna be, the savior? So I like shows that are well written but unpredictable. Kind of unpredictable, but I can see some of it coming, but it was still pretty good. So it's this show called 3 Body Problem. 3 Body Problem. And it's pretty good. And it's another one of those hypotheticals. What if we actually made contact with an extraterrestrial race that was way more advanced than us? Which is one thing Stephen Hawking tried to like. Stephen Hawking was like, yeah, if there's aliens, if there's really other advanced civilizations out there, we probably shouldn't try to contact them. They might just want to conquer us, and if they don't want to conquer us, they might see us as a threat and just extinguish us. So he's like, yeah, let's not do that. Let's not go looking for these motherfuckers. And I'm kind of like right there too, like, yeah, why would you go looking for trouble? Apparently, it takes quite a bit to have intelligent life develop. So I don't know. I think that's why the government doesn't want to tell us about other intelligent life, because we're all like, it seems like you would immediately be on the defensive. Like, what do you want? Because it's kind of hard to get to where we're at. So don't come fucking our shit up, taking our resources and shit. There's not a lot of planets around here that are habitable. You know what I'm saying? Get out my neighborhood, bitch. What you doing over here? We already got overpopulation and poverty and wars. We don't need nothing else. So I could imagine like but no, if a civilization, well, no, that's not true either. There could be several reasons for them to leave their homeland, our home world. One, it could be, yeah, their home world is dying, and they're refugees, and they're seeking a new home. Or it could be that they're just doing so well on their planet that they just have the leisure for exploration and expansion. We just got time to spend and money to burn. You know what I'm saying? We figure we'll see what's out here. Yeah, but the three body problem, it's a good one. I watched the whole first season, and I think they said season 2 is guaranteed to come. You know how they be stopping production on a lot of the shows and shit now. I don't know. Season 1 was really good. 8 episodes. So we made contact with aliens. One of the aliens the first alien that hit us back was like, yo, man, look, y'all better be lucky I got this message, because I'm a pacifist. I'm not like the rest of these motherfuckers, man. But don't reply to no more messages, because if they know y'all out there for real, you know, we gonna come and we gonna conquer y'all. So just stop replying to the messages. And the girl who got that first message, she was so smitten and jaded with life at that moment. She was like, you know what? Fuck that. I want y'all to come. I'll help y'all conquer this world. Like, I mean, how much more supervillain can you be than that? Like, you're the ultimate supervillain. Like, what the fuck? You just doomed all of humanity. Yeah, some bad shit happened to you, and you're all fucked up. But all of humanity? God almighty. And so now, years and years later, everybody's finding out what this lady did, and now they're like, oh shit, bitch, you mean they on their way now? Like now, right now? And she like, yeah, they on their way now to come conquer us. But the catch is, like, I mean, their home star is so far away. They like, yo, when they gonna get here? And they like, oh, in about 400 years. 400 years? Which seems like a long time, but it ain't really a long time, yo. Let's see. Hey Siri. How old is China? Not 70. The country of China? Wait a minute. How old is Chinese culture? Yeah, because Chinese has one of the oldest surviving cultures. China and India. African culture is so old, you can't even hardly figure that shit out. Yeah, China been going strong for about 4,000 years. That's not bad, China. An old missionary student of China once remarked that Chinese history is remote, monotonous, obscure, and worst of all, there is too much of it. China has the longest continuous history of any country in the world, 3,500 years of written history, and even 3,500 years ago, China's civilization was old. This in itself is discouraging to students, particularly if we think of history as a baffling catalog of who begot somebody, who succeeded somebody, who slew somebody, with only an occasional concubine thrown in for human interest. But taken in another way, Chinese history can be made to throw sharp lights and revealing shadows on the story of all mankind. So yeah, China's been around for a while, bro. The country of China said it was founded in 1970 something, I guess, when they restructured China or whatever. But nah, their culture, their history, that shit old as fuck. So yeah, so in the TV show, they're like, oh, they'll be here in 400 years, and people are like, oh, that's a long time away. We won't be here in 400 years. Yeah, you probably won't be here in 400 years. Most people won't, of course, but that's still not a long time. Like, once again, China is like 4,000 years old. You know, like, so 400 years, that's not a long time. So they're trying to figure out, like, how can they prepare future generations for this oncoming alien assault on our planet. And so the whole show. Like the first, it's 8 episodes. The first 2 episodes are trying to figure out what the fuck is just I'm trying to figure out actually what's going on. This the fourth episode is like trying to assemble a team to like work towards a solution, and then the last of it is them just trying to figure out ways to fucking, like I said, either beat these motherfuckers or deter these motherfuckers from even coming here. But all in the midst of that shit, the aliens contacted the whole world and was like, look, nigga, we know y'all know about us now, so we just gonna let y'all know, man. We gonna stop everything y'all doing right now. Three-body problem. Yeah, and these aliens are leaving their home star system because it's all fucked up. It's not stable. Everything is all chaotic and they can't survive there anymore because they're from a 3-star system. So their solar system has 3 suns. And there's only very, very few stable periods where anything can thrive. And so their civilization has been crushed over and over and over so many times, and they've had to restart so many times that they've actually gotten to a point now, you know, where their technology is advanced enough again to try to do something about it, and their decision this time is to just leave the fucking planet. Just leave. We just have to get the fuck up out of here because we know in another, 100,000 years or whatever it is, the shit is gonna fucking happen again, and we can't control it. So they're just out, and they found Earth, and they're like, oh, here's a stable star system. Only one star. As a planet in the Goldilocks zone. Oh yeah, we going here. Yeah, 3-body problem. These aliens can't figure out their 3-body problem with their solar system, so they just dip. Which is crazy too. Like, how can a planet even form in such a chaotic system like that? And then, have it, the surface of the planet be destroyed and reconfigured every so many millennia due to strong interactions from either 2 or all 3 of the fucking suns. They showed one instant where all 3 suns aligned in like a super eclipse, but it made the gravitational pull from the 3 suns so strong that it just started lifting shit off the fucking surface of the planet. Like, god damn. Then there was another one where I think the planet traveled too close to the sun, to one of the larger suns, and then that shit just fucking, everything on the surface of the planet just was fucking burnt the fuck up. But like I said, their system would be stable for a long time, be stable long enough for civilization to flourish, and maybe even a couple of times like we have now. Like we have the pyramids and the Sumerian texts or whatever it is that actually survived all these years. And maybe, after so many cataclysms on their world, sometimes maybe some information was able to survive, or a lot of it was able to survive. And they, like I said, they just worked their way back up this one last time, and it was like, yo, we got to leave. Kofifi. I'm painting feet, painting feet, painting feet. I'm painting feet, painting toes, painting toes. I'm painting feet, adding detail so unique. Painting feet, adding detail so unique. Painting feet, adding detail so unique. Painting feet, I paint toes. You know what what's a racial slur for white people down south? We call them pink toes. I think that's one of the fucking, like, it's one of the cutest, but one of the most, like, weird insults ever. Get your pink toes out. That's crazy. I'm painting feet, adding detail so unique. I'm painting toes. I'm painting toes. I'm painting feet, adding detail so unique. I'm painting toes. I'm painting toes. Adding detail so unique. Every time I paint some feet, they ask me if I'm a freak. Painting feet, adding detail so unique. Every time I paint some feet, they ask me if I am a freak. I look them in their eyes and I say I must agree. Cause I like painting feet, I paint toes. They ask if I'm a freak and I look them in their eyes and I say I must agree. Where a beat at? Throw that beat on. Boom, boom, ka boom, boom, da boom, 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 da boom. I'm gonna stop. Let me behave. Your mama don't wear no draws. I saw her when she took them off. Standing on the welfare line eating swine, trying to look fine with her stink behind. All right, we're gonna get back to some metaphysics studies this morning. We're going deep into the realm of metaphysics. You know what I'm saying? This morning, y'all can be in church, or y'all can be in church. You know what I'm saying? Wherever you want to be, man. Wherever you want to find your own spiritual guidance and motivation. You know what I'm saying? That shit can definitely come from secular things, exercise, meditation, creative expressions like art, dance, music. You know what I'm saying? The intellectual pursuits and endeavors into philosophy and theology. We learning shit this morning. We connecting the dots this morning. Wisdom, just wise words being spoken.
The entire universe doesn't require much more than a simple legend in your own mind to understand the mechanics of how this works, how life is possible, and what's that third thing? Why does that third thing make these things possible? Well, that third thing, being water, has an incommensurable geometry that's the only perfect geometry in the entire universe. Pythagoreans said that. The Platonists, the Neoplatonists, who knows before them? It probably stretches back countless thousands of years before Pythagoras of Samos himself, to be sure. You know, we can't say it all started with Pythagoras. That's just crazy talk. Anybody with a sharp mind knows that to be the case. So it has those three stratifications. Please check that out in the article. This is the reason why, and there's countless examples of this. Someone will get an organ transplant, someone in a motorcycle accident, right? And they got the heart of so-and-so, you know, who snuffed it in the motorcycle accident, or the lungs. And all of a sudden, they have memories of things that they never did. But they were the memories of the guy that, you know, kicked it, you know, got his organs. That's because of the water. Not too long ago, science discovered that brain molecules or brain tissue existed in every cell in the body. So literally muscle memory is quite literally accurate. People say muscle memory. And it's not memory from here, it's actually memory in the muscles. And they develop that memory. That's how people are able to do things without even thinking about them up here. The muscles, you know what to do, and the action occurs instantly from true muscle memory. It's easy, by the way. There's several different ways to structure water. You don't actually have to use magnets. You can use TENS pads from a TENS machine, or you can electrify, zap the water for a few seconds to clear it out. It's the same way you take a powerful magnet and you wipe the platters of a hard drive if you want to erase a hard drive where there are irretrievable information. You can't get it anymore. Taking a really powerful magnet and you've wiped the platters with it. It's the same thing you're doing by electrifying the water for a few seconds. Even a 9-volt battery will do that.
Tired of running out of undies 3 days after laundry day? Refresh your underwear drawer with up to 50% off on all MeUndies patterns and cuts.
You can electrify your water with a 9-volt battery? What? What? I might have to drink electrified water now? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard of electrolytes, but electrified water? I might have to try a new drink. You know, I might have to make me a new drink today. What you drinking on? It's water. But this that high quality H2O. You know what I'm saying? My shit done been through electrolysis. You know what I'm saying? You ever drink electrolyzed water? The water not electrolyzed? Oh man. You doing it wrong, bro. You doing it wrong, man. You gotta zap that shit, son. You gotta zap that water, boy. You don't be with your water. That's why you be moving slow and sluggish. My water got that in there, man. You know what I'm saying? Little 9 volts. Just a little, you know, little AAA boost, nigga. Everybody be wanting to drink motherfucking Red Bull and Monster. Nigga, battery acid, bitch. That's where I'm at. No. Batteries, nigga. Electrolyzed. Volts. Wattages. Amperage, nigga. All y'all doing is caffeine and sugar. I'm doing electricity, nigga. Electricity over here, son. I gotta figure this out.
A few seconds. You can have the purest water ever with parts per million. Hopefully it has no chlorine in it or fluoride in it. But you can erase it, and it doesn't require the structure of the water passing it across the centrifugal edge of powerful magnets. It only requires electrification. By the way, the golden angles in nature, and they're all found, as you can see in my diagrams. There's 4 golden angles of life, well, really 3, excuse me. There's 85 degrees, 108 degrees, and 137.5077, 137.5. This actually exists in all plant Phyllotaxis, 137.507. You actually see it in the sunflower. 137.507 represents growth. 85 represents life. Also 2 represents phi to the power of -2. Take a long time to go into that. And of course, 108 represents phi to the power of a -3. This is the Euristos Dias and the manifestation of perfect fractal self-similarity, because phi, and this is a mathematical absolute, by the way, not my opinion or feeling, phi is to 1 as 1 is to, ooh, I hit that on my elbow. Oh, I'll edit that out of this video. I just slammed my elbow against the camera. Phi is to 1 as 1 is to phi. That means the extrapolation of 1 in manifestation equals that which people call the golden section, the golden ratio. They have no idea what it is. So what does it mean? You say golden ratio, I have no idea, it's just beautiful. But why is it beautiful? It's beautiful because it is phi. And since phi is to 1 as 1 is to phi, that means when we look at things that are beautiful in nature, we're really looking at the 1 in perfect self-similarity extrapolation. Perfect. Except that manifestation is temporal and existential. It doesn't last, but it is still, nevertheless, beautiful, divine, sublime. People are attracted to it. The very spirit is always attracted to the beauty of the logos, which is an extrapolation of the 1 as impressed into phenomena. I realize the summation of about the whole universe, by the way. If you actually understand that, and what I said in this video, and you actually think about it, you'll understand a great percentage of the substrate behind the entire universe. And that ain't my opinion. That is the fact, Jack. People say, what do you believe? I tell them, I'm not interested in what I believe. I'm interested in the truth. Like, oh, well, what do you believe? Beliefs are the playthings of children. I'm not interested in your beliefs, and I'm not interested in mine either. I've never been interested in anybody's beliefs, including my own. I'm interested in the truth, the undeniable substrate behind all things. That's the Platonic quest. Thanks so much for watching. You're going to contact me. Emails in the description below. Also to a link to that water article with the diagrams. Thanks so much for watching.
Getting this education, getting my master's, put me at a level that, of course, more respect in the community, but also to look at myself with that level of respect and to say,
Water is something that fascinates me. Thirsty for more of this topic. Pole flip, black holes, and dark matter.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening. I'm glad that we are the final talk of this year's SALT event. And I'm very excited to discuss what I consider to be one of the most consequential questions of our lifetime, which is, are we alone in the universe? And I'm very lucky to have Carl Nell here joining me for this conversation. Carl, thank you so much for coming. And Anthony and AJ over at SALT, thank you so much for hosting this. So Carl, maybe to begin, can you share a little bit about your background, who you are, and perhaps why people should care what you say?
Sure. Well, thanks, Alex. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. It's a fantastic event, and I'm glad to see a large bunch of folks that stuck it out to the end for this talk. So I was fortunate. I had a 4-year ROTC scholarship to Penn. I graduated with a degree in electrical engineering. The Army sent me overseas to do signal corps engineering projects, so I did a lot of strategic comm projects in Europe. I ended up working in Army Space Command. I commanded a satellite ground station, war trace to the Joint Chiefs. I spent some time at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. The Army ultimately sent me to get a master's in mechanical engineering, a master's in strategic studies, graduate work in computer science. I was on track to stay in, but I decided that I wanted to pursue more of a technical career. So I got out and ended up working at Bell Labs, which was a fantastic place. Unfortunately, I was there during the trivestiture that folks may be familiar with, where the company got split up. I left Bell Labs and ended up working at Lockheed Missiles and Space. I worked at Northrop Grumman. I've ran strategic technology programs in the defense industry, worked for a lot of the 3-letter agencies, ultimately was a deputy chief of staff, or deputy CTO for a $2 billion company. I was a vice president general manager of a Northern Virginia-based R&D firm. I stayed in the military, in the reserve. I commanded at every grade level through brigade. I was fortunate to stand up the Army's newest expeditionary MI brigade. I was the deputy chief of staff for combatant command. Ultimately, this experience sort of combined to give me the opportunity to come in and advise Army Futures Command, the largest reorganization in the Army Reserve since really 1973, on how the Army could be more effective. And my last assignment was involved with the UAP task force, which maybe is the most apropos for this discussion.
And so, Carl, here's the million-dollar question. Do you believe that a higher form of non-human intelligence has visited this planet?
Right. So non-human intelligence exists. Non-human intelligence has been interacting with humanity. This interaction is not new, and it's been ongoing. And there are unelected people in the government that are aware of that.
And so, Carl, that is quite a bold statement. I'm wondering, and I'm curious, how confident are you that that is true?
There's zero doubt.
And Carl, what evidence have you seen? What was the moment where you developed this level of conviction? Because what you're saying is extremely consequential and very important, and I know that a lot of people here even perhaps may not believe that statement.
Right. Well, probably a better way to ask that is, how can the folks in the audience come to the, a common understanding of what this phenomenon is? And so there's sort of two tracks here. One is from first principles, and another is actually from the data. So let's take a look at the data. So we can look at some folks that have very high level access to information, like Paul Hellyer, who is the defense chief for Canada, has come out and said the same thing. We can look at Ham Eshed, the head of Israel's, or former head of Israel's Space Force, has said the same thing. Chris Mellon, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intel, SAPCO, has essentially said the same thing. Lou Elizondo has said the same thing. David Grush has said the same thing. David Grush cleared for presidentially level material. So you're looking at people that are in a position to know this, and they're telling you the same thing. You could take a look at the Gang of Eight in the Senate and in Congress. So there's two members of the Gang of Eight, Marco Rubio and Senator Chuck Schumer, that signed up to the UAP disclosure amendment last year that basically said they're not being told the truth and we need to push forward on that. So that's sort of an overview of some of the data. From a first principles standpoint, what's so unusual about this realization? There's billions of stars in the galaxy. Life here evolved in 500 million years, which is basically a blink of an eye. We've found planets around every star that we've looked at. It's likely that the universe is full of life. If you look at the SETI program in particular, the SETI program has all the same assumptions that you would accept and probably make with respect to this topic, except that they believe that non-human intelligence is transmitting signals here. But at the same time, like, we're not transmitting signals. SETI doesn't transmit signals. And the only signals that are actually broadcast of high enough power into space for somebody to pick up come from broadcast television and ballistic missile early warning systems, which you could argue our technology is moving away from. We're going to satellite, we're going to fiber. Broadcast TV is a thing of the past. And if you get to some state where society is stable, maybe we don't need ballistic missile early warning systems. So the other guy is probably not going to transmit. But what the other guy may do is come here if that's possible to do. And there's physics models that suggest that may be possible.
And Carl, I mean, what you're saying is extremely consequential, and you've referenced other people that have said the same thing that also have similar credibility. There's similar reasons for why we should believe many of these folks, yet the government itself has not formally disclosed. They've been very reluctant to do that. Why? Why do you think that is?
So there's 6 basic reasons, and this, again, you could draw this out from first principles. There's the national security reason. There's the lack of a plan. There's the potential for societal disruption. There's the possibility that there's some non-public agreement. There's the potential for misdeeds and the desire to cover up misdeeds. And there's just the basic organizational intransigence and lack of priority that might be associated with the topic. So all these things are factors. The issue is that really the national security issue subsumes all the others. And so there's an opportunity maybe to contract the national security issue, similarly to what was done with nuclear.
Oh, my bad. I missed what comment you were replying to, saying we could do that. Good morning, though, guys. Good morning, though, guys. We're in here painting some toes this morning. Listening to, this is Zero Doubt, Non-Human Intelligence on Earth. This is Colonel Carl Neal and Alex Klokas at the Salt Eye Connections Conference. This was posted 4 days ago. This guy just gave some long rundown list of, I've been in the government and private sector, government sector, long-time military personnel. Like, he's like, I know shit. I know. I'm one of the guys. If there was something to know, I know it. And Mr. Know-It-All is saying that without a shadow of a doubt, there is non-human intelligence on this earth now, like right now, as we speak. And a lot of other people have been saying it too. Like David Grush is one of the main guys from last year because he was on the congressional board hearing about UAPs, where they implemented the new STAR program or whatever it is, some kind of program where the government is, setting staff aside to say, hey, figure out what this shit is. Basically another Project Blue Book or whatever. And they're like, all right, well, we're going to really investigate, but we also see that there is already evidence out there of black budget projects from the, Pentagon and Area 51, Silver Lake, and all these other places that we know about that are unofficial. And they're like, well, if you want us to investigate this shit, man, we got to have access to everything. And they're like, well, we'll give you access to most of the stuff. Like, most of it. Not everything. Not everything. So, yeah. Where's all this new AI technology coming from? And why is it moving so fast? Is this the next phase? Was flight the first gift they gave us? Because we started flying, like, so fast. It went from flight is another 80 years away, and then it was like, boom, we're flying. And then it was like nuclear energy, boom, we got nukes. Then the internet, boom, that shit is everywhere now. Artificial intelligence, and now out of nowhere, just like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Every so often we make really great leaps and bounds in our technology. Is somebody giving us this stuff, or giving us like little hints, like little seeds, little tidbits of information to help progress us? And if so, like, how much does that cost? What are we bartering for? Because a lot of people, a lot of high officials are saying, yeah, man, this shit real, bro. Motherfuckers been here, bro. For a while. You know, they've been doing their thing for a minute, broski. Shit crazy. When you think about it. Because, I mean, at least we have to say that, you know, every time someone records something in the sky, some weird thing in the sky flying or whatever, we have to at least say, you know what? We can't explain all of that away every time. Oh, that's a bird, or that's a helicopter, or that's swamp gas, or that's how the sunlight was reflecting off of particles that were going to form into hailstorms, you know, at a certain angle in the sky. Oh, that makes sense, you know. But then there's just like those handful of things that, well, it's right there on camera and we can see it. And okay, so what is that? And now it's getting harder and harder to explain away a lot of these things because everybody has a fucking camera now. We all have cameras. All the time. Everyone has not even just a camera. We have a camcorder. We have video recording capabilities at all times. 24 hours a day. As long as your shit is charged up, it's in your pocket. And so people see this shit more and more and more and more and more. And so the government, we're just asking like, yo, what the fuck is this? What is that? The government just like, well, you know, it's Chinese spy balloons. What? Yeah, we gotta shoot them down. Okay, y'all shoot the Chinese spy balloons down, but what about all the other stuff that y'all don't shoot down? That y'all send up F-15 jet fighters to just follow and see what it is, you know, try to capture some kind of signals from the, what are those? When Fravor talked about the Tic Tac, what is, you know, that Tic Tac video, old as shit now, 2004, 20 years ago. 20 years ago, we had the Tic Tac video that showed something. I mean, and then when you hear Fravor tell the story, he says, man, look, this motherfucker, it vanished and reappeared somewhere else. And it went from the air and it went into the water. Man, we ain't got no shit. We ain't got no kind of craft. We got crafts that can go from land to water. We got crafts that can go from land to the air. We even got crafts that can go from water to air and from air to water, but not underwater. We ain't got some shit that can fly around in the sky and then go underwater and then go back up and fly in the sky and then go in outer space and then come back down and then go back. Man, we ain't got no shit like that. So who does? Where y'all get this technology from? Who is this? Who is piloting these things? And where are they from? Yeah, people say, hey man, you know, that's not, it ain't us, is what we want to say. We don't know who it is, but it ain't us. Really, America? Nah, it's because that's be my thing sometimes too, man. Cause these motherfuckers just known to be liars. I'll just lie so bad. Is that your technology? Nah, we ain't. I ain't never seen that ever before in my life. It's like motherfucker get pulled over. They got a gun in the car, some drugs. I don't know where that came from. It is not mine. I swear, my cousin had my car earlier today. He asked, can he borrow my car? I told him. Don't leave nothing in my car. Cause you know that nigga, he be kind of he on some greasy shit sometimes. So if you find anything in here, it is not mine. Every time somebody say, "Oh, the America got UFOs," no, we don't. We don't know where that came from. Stop lying, bro. Y'all done reverse engineered so much shit. And I really think y'all done stole so much of Tesla stuff. They took so much of Tesla ideas.
Weapons and nuclear energy, such that nuclear energy is not necessarily classified as available to the public. But lack of a plan and the potential for societal disruption are key ingredients that would prevent any responsible leader from coming forward with information that they don't have the means to address in a responsible way. It would be irresponsible to do that.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you have absolute conviction that a higher form of non-human intelligence has visited this planet, that there are factions within our own government that know about this, yet we still don't have a plan, and they may represent a security issue. This may pose a threat to humans, yet you still believe that we should disclose. Is that right?
Correct, right. So there's really three reasons that trump all those others. And those others are basically valid, like I said. So the first issue is the moral right. The government exists for and by the people. And so the nature of reality is fundamentally not government information. People have a right to know the world in which we live, and the pursuit...
Okay, so that show I was talking about, Three Body Problem, saying that the aliens are coming in 400 years. But the aliens told everybody. They told them, hey man, we coming. We gonna come conquer y'all motherfuckers. So some people theorize that there's something that the elitists, the Illuminatis, the world governors have to do to the public so that they can carry out their agenda, and that is to let us know what they're doing. And if we take heed to it or not, that's up to our own discretion. That's our own prerogative. It's like, yo, as long as we tell y'all motherfuckers what we doing, then we can live, our conscience is clear. And a lot of the way they drop some of their plans and agendas is in our entertainment. And they make it just seem like, oh, it's just a show or it's just a movie. No, but in reality, it's like, no, this is how it really is, and this is part of our ultimate agenda. But we're telling you, so yeah, you may think it's just fun and ha ha ha, but better listen and pay attention. And so now, what if this scenario from this TV show, Three Body Problem, where the alien says, yeah, we're coming, it's just gonna take us a while to get there. So what if that is the bit of information that our governments are trying to keep from us? That the aliens that are here, the little orbs or whatever we see and can capture, flying around or whatever those things are, what if they're just like scouting drones? What if they're like prepper drones or something, just preparing for the actual fleet to get here? So the theory of terraformation, or changing the atmosphere, or the habitation of a planet to make it suitable for different life forms. So we can't live on Mars just because the planet isn't suitable for our type of life. So if we were to terraform Mars, or to change the planet itself so that it is habitable, would be a very long and arduous task, but different theories about how to do that have been put forth for a long time, and one of them is just, you know, sending something there before humans get there. So let's not go there and, you know, set up bases and try to farm and all this shit while the planet is gradually changing. Like, no, let's change the planet, 1,000 years before we even get there. So one person said we can send basically like nuclear bombs with greenhouse gas type gases in the bombs, and just detonate the bombs on Mars and release all these gases that will cause the planet to heat up, which would melt some of the polar ice caps, which would cause liquid water to flow on the planet again, which would cause some type of cloud system, which would create a denser atmosphere. But you can do all of that before you actually go there. And yeah, it'd take a long time, but if you did that for, a couple thousand years and just try to like slowly build an atmosphere on this planet, and then once you've accumulated some type of atmosphere, then you can send out shiploads of seeds. And now you can just detonate bombs filled with seeds all over the planet and grow like huge trees to help create a breathable atmosphere. And then let that go for another couple thousand years until going from the greenhouse phase to the oxygenation phase. And then 7,000-8,000 years, you might have a planet, just ready for you to just bop over to, just like, this shit is done. Take it out the toaster oven. We can fucking go chill on Mars now. But yeah, it would still take, like a lot of prep work. So what if, once again, just like this TV show, what if the aliens know, like, it's gonna take us, 400 Earth years for us to get there? We might as well just send something ahead of us to start some prep work and shit. So all of these people are saying, yeah, it's definitely some type of non-human intelligence on this planet. And the government isn't telling us everything because they know something even bigger is coming. Something bigger and scarier than we could imagine. And also in the TV show, the aliens told the human race that, since we're on our voyage ship now, it'll be hard for us to try to like come up with new technologies while we're actually traveling. But you guys have 400 years to like advance your technology and your weapons before we get there. So we're going to figure out a way to limit you from advancing any further than you guys are right now. We're going to stunt all your science and all your technology so that in 400 years you can't develop any kind of weapons that will stop us from unfolding our dastardly plan. And it's like, damn. Wop, 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 wop. Fuck them up, Doc. It's like y'all ain't even, like y'all niggas ain't even fighting fair. These aliens ain't want no fair fight, bro. If we can think it, there will be someone who tries to realize it. Noah's Ark. That's what we gonna need. A damn Noah's Ark. Hey, chat.
Hey Travis, how's it going? Anything specific on your mind today?
Yeah, I want you to give me a synopsis of a book that I read when I was a kid. The title of the book is So My Teacher Fried My Brains.
So My Teacher Fried My Brains is a children's book written by Bruce Koval. It is the second book in the My Teacher is an Alien series. The story follows Duncan Dougal, a school bully who finds himself the target of his new teacher, Miss Carpoo. After his friend Peter Thompson reveals that their previous teacher was an alien, Duncan becomes suspicious of Miss Carpoo. He begins to notice strange things about her, especially her habit of staring intensely at students, which makes them act oddly afterward. As Duncan investigates, he discovers that Miss Carpoo is also an alien. This time, her goal is to experiment on the students' brains using advanced technology. Duncan's suspicions are confirmed when his own behavior changes dramatically after being subjected to one of her experiments. He becomes more intelligent and begins to see the world differently. Throughout the book, Duncan must navigate his newfound intelligence, confront his fears, and ultimately team up with his classmates to stop Miss Carpoo's plans. The story blends humor, suspense, and science fiction elements, making it an engaging read for children. Does this match your memories of the book?
It really does. You mentioned the first book, So My Teacher Fried My Brains. Can you give me a synopsis of that first book?
Sure, the first book in Bruce Koval's series is My Teacher is an Alien. It sets the stage for the adventures that follow. In My Teacher is an Alien, 6th grader Susan Simmons discovers that her new teacher, Mr. Smith, is not what he seems. After the sudden disappearance of her beloved teacher, Miss Schwartz, Mr. Smith arrives, and Susan quickly senses something strange about him. He exhibits odd behaviors and seems uncomfortably out of place. One day, Susan sneaks into Mr. Smith's house and makes a shocking discovery. Her teacher is an alien named Broxholm. She finds a hidden room filled with advanced technology and learns that Broxholm has been sent to Earth to observe and possibly abduct students for study. Susan confides in her classmate, Peter Thompson, who is known as a bit of a nerd and has a strong interest in science fiction. Together, they devise a plan to expose Mr. Smith and thwart his alien mission. As they uncover more details about Broxholm's plans, they face numerous challenges and dangers, including figuring out how to save their classmates. The story combines elements of science fiction, mystery, and adventure, engaging young readers with its suspenseful plot and relatable characters. The book ends with a thrilling climax, setting up the premise for the next installment in the series, My Teacher Fried My Brains. Does this bring back any memories?
It sure does. So one more. There's a series written by Orson Scott Card called Ender's Game. Can you give me a brief synopsis of the Ender Game book series?
Absolutely. The Ender's Game series by Orson Scott Card is a classic in science fiction literature. Here's a brief overview of the main books in the series. 1. Ender's Game. The first book introduces Andrew Ender Wiggin, a young boy recruited into a highly advanced military training program. Humanity is preparing for a potential third invasion by the Formics, an alien species that nearly wiped out humanity in previous wars. Ender, who is exceptionally intelligent and strategic, rises through the ranks at Battle School, an orbiting military academy for gifted children. He eventually leads the human fleet to victory in a series of simulated battles, only to discover that the final simulation was real, and he has unknowingly destroyed the Formic homeworld. 2. Speaker for the Dead. Set many years after Ender's Game, Ender, now a young adult, travels the universe as a speaker for the dead, someone who tells the true story of people's lives after they die. He is called to a colony planet called Lusitania to investigate the mysterious deaths of xenologists studying the native alien species, the Pequeninos. The book explores themes of understanding and reconciliation between different species. 3. Xenocide. This book continues the story on Lusitania. The inhabitants face multiple threats. A deadly virus called the Descolata, which is vital to the native ecosystem but lethal to humans, and the impending destruction of their planet by the Starways Congress to prevent the spread of the virus. Ender and his companions must find a solution to save both the human and alien populations. 4. Children of the Mind. The final book in the original quartet focuses on resolving the conflicts introduced in Xenocide. The story delves deeper into the philosophical and ethical dilemmas of interspecies relationships and the nature of consciousness and identity. The series explores complex themes like leadership, morality, empathy, and the consequences of war, making it a rich and thought-provoking read. There are also additional books and series set in the same universe, such as Ender's Shadow, which provides parallel narratives and expands on secondary characters from the original series. Does this cover what you were looking for?
It really does. Thank you for the help.
You're welcome, Travis. I'm glad I could help. If you have any more questions or just want to chat about books, art, or anything else, feel free to reach out.
Yeah, my teacher. Okay, so my teacher fried my brain. So my teacher is a space alien, and then I think the last one was so my teacher flunked the planet or something like that. But that was like some of my earliest introduction into like the possibility of global councils and aliens really not just popping up with fucking lasers and all this shit, but actually just being spies trying to gather information and just see how humans live. And I was like, oh, even as a kid, I was like, that's interesting as shit. They're just spying on us and then doing experiments on us in secret. Bruce Koval. I used to read a lot of his stuff.
It requires that knowledge. So that's sort of the first kind of overarching philosophical foundation for this. But, you know, as a corollary to that, if there are misdeeds that were done, then they need to be remediated. If there's lack of proper oversight, which is suggested by some of the whistleblowers, that needs to be remediated. So the first issue is the moral issue. The second issue is being in a reactive mode is never preferable to being in a proactive mode. So reactive mode is basically trying to prevent disclosure. But failing that, you might get a situation where you have catastrophic disclosure that creates all the problems that you were trying to prevent. So a more balanced middle path of controlled disclosure is the best way to do this, which is again an argument for some amount of disclosure. And the third part is simply societal advance and global competitiveness. More brain trust needs to be brought into this topic in order to make progress and to improve society. And so all three of those things together trump the 6 other reasons for non-disclosure.
And what do you think happens if we don't disclose? I know you mentioned this idea of catastrophic disclosure. Maybe disclosure may be forced upon us. How do you think about that?
So the situation is usually thought of as a binary state. It's like an all or nothing. And people have sort of argued this. But anybody paying attention realizes the government has already indicated that unidentified anomalous phenomena are real, they're not ours, and they're not our adversaries. The Pentagon has said that. Like, for people that are paying attention, like, that shoe already dropped. So for a lot of people, they think that the second shoe to drop is this is non-human intelligence, and you know, maybe the conversation stops there. Like, the president comes out and says, you know, there's non-human intelligence. The truth is that that will precipitate this crescendo of other questions that maybe the government's not ready to answer, that will court, if not precipitate, potential negative ramification for society. And so as an example of this, I would actually point to something from the ancient past, the Bronze Age collapse. So Eric Klein, Princeton University, 2015, wrote a very interesting book called 1177 BC, the year that civilization failed. And so this is well known to current scholarship. Within a single lifetime, all of the very effective ancient civilizations of the Bronze Age failed due to a confluence of reasons that are not necessarily fully understood today. So we're talking about Egypt, the Hittite Empire, the Minoan Empire, the Manasseh Empire, the Babylonian Empire. All these civilizations failed, never to return, other than, let's say, Egypt. And so these were highly sophisticated civilizations with highly developed infrastructures, highly developed administrative states. They were globalist, in a sense, very similar to today. In terms of the known world, the known Near East, they were economically interdependent. They had both diplomatic ties and commerce ties. And yet these civilizations failed in a single lifetime because of stressors that these civilizations collectively could not address within the time frame. And so if we look at our society today, one might argue that it's similarly fractured, similarly under economic stress, similarly under cultural stress as well, you know, fractured and fragile diplomatic situation. It mirrors very much this scenario.
Yeah.
And so for a responsible decision maker, that is certainly a factor.
And so I guess when you say that, are you implying that perhaps we as a society may not be ready for disclosure? Or are you saying that we may not be able to defend ourselves against this other force?
So there's sort of different viewpoints on, you know, whether people are ready to, you know, deal with this phenomenon. And, you know, popular culture is kind of infused with this stuff. Roswell became a meme a long time ago. We got programs on Ancient Aliens, Skinwalker Ranch, all this stuff. I guess I would draw an analogy, though, for people that believe in a certain faith tradition, whatever that faith tradition is, and hold to that and subscribe to that in a very serious and devout way, and you know, sort of pose the question, even for folks of that ilk, and I would count myself as one, if you're confronted with the reality of your religious belief system, like the reality of the metaphysical, an angel, a messenger from God, what have you, that's going to be a sea state change in your way of dealing with reality, right? Even though you already believe it, right? So it's one thing to believe and it's another to know. And I think in this context, this this phenomena has the potential for an analogous effect both on the individual and on society.
Yeah, but do you think that the phenomena, this non-human form of intelligence, represents a threat to humanity?
So this is a good question too, and some of the other folks have sort of framed things in that light, and I guess I would suggest that if the universe is governed by conservation laws, and it's probably reasonable to assume the laws of nature that we understand apply everywhere. We may have incomplete understanding, undoubtedly we do, of these laws, but they're sort of homogeneous and they apply throughout the universe. And so those laws are governed by conservation rules. There's conserved quantities. And so this reality really forces a Darwinian type competition in order to survive. And so it's reasonable to assume any other civilization that's evolved has come up through the same Darwinian evolutionary process. So I think it's naive to expect complete altruism until and unless you get to a state of post-scarcity, where you essentially have no physical needs that we're kind of encumbered with in this universe. And so in some sense, it's the economics of the future that are going to determine whether there's cooperation, competition, or some kind of symbiosis, and inform the intention. But to assume either malintent or complete altruism, I think, is somewhat naive.
Yeah. So it sounds like what you're saying is it's impossible to know the true intentions of a higher intelligence. We may be competing for the same scarce resources. We may not be, right? We may be almost irrelevant to them, and they may be acting altruistically, although we cannot safely assume that. And so I guess I'm curious, if we continue down this disclosure path, do you believe that disclosure is inevitable?
So, again, people that sort of look at this topic and study it, and there have been some good examinations on this from a historical standpoint, have realized that, like, we're not in really a new state. Like, this sort of disclosure emphasis has come and gone over time. And so this is not the first time we've arrived at this stage. I would suggest that maybe the peak of this current cycle happened last December with the Schumer Amendment, and then it got rolled back and was defeated in the House. And so it remains to be seen, if the process is going to continue. One hopes and can maybe draw a little bit of confidence that maybe this will come around is the colloquy that Senator Schumer and Senator Rounds had back in December. After their amendment got killed, they basically went on the Senate floor and articulated their rationale for the legislation. And I think Senator Schumer, to quote him, almost said it was a travesty that this did not pass. So this is, a bipartisan colloquy on a topic that I guess most people would probably consider fringe, and yet these two senators felt the need to do that and to double down on their desire to see this through.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll see maybe a reintroduction of some version of that this summer, with the goal of maybe putting it into the NDAA by the end of the year.
Do you think that it's imperative that the United States leads on the disclosure efforts?
So this is an interesting question too, because this is a global phenomenon, and it's affecting other countries just like the United States. The reporting on this is clear over decades. Other countries have reported this stuff. And not only that, the Vatican has come out and made statements that reference or tangentially reference this topic. So organized religion has a say in this topic as well. So it's really a whole of planet, whole of humanity problem. And so the U.S. has got its role to play, but these other countries have their role to play, and it would behoove us to recognize that U.S. action can be preempted by another party, and it'd be probably more conducive to work collectively.
Yeah, I mean, I think that one thing that I don't fully understand that I'd love to get your thoughts on, Carl, I mean, if we assume that a higher form of non-human intelligence has been visiting this planet, if we assume that some of the statements made by folks like Dave Grush are true, that we have craft materials, and if we assume that those craft that we may have exhibit characteristics that defy our current understanding of physics, it would seem that that technology would provide an incredible strategic advantage to whatever nation ends up reverse engineering it first. And so, to me, that would imply that there is a race happening to reverse engineer this, and that this topic would be a top priority. Do you agree with that?
So I think some of what you say is a reasonable conclusion to be drawn, and I've suggested something similar in past statements. The point here, though, is to go from a pre-disclosure to a post-disclosure world, maybe two stable states that are separated by an unstable middle ground. And so how you make that transition, again, this speaks to the concern about this catastrophic disclosure. And this has come up in sort of arms regulation too. Mutually assured destruction, however much we don't like it, is sort of a stable kind of geostrategic regime. The Reagan era defense shield idea is also a very stable scenario, but to go from one to the other is very unstable.
Yeah.
And so this topic sort of mirrors that.
Yeah. And I know you and I were talking earlier about this idea that in order to really understand the phenomenon, it's likely that we have to further our understanding of reality itself. And I guess I'm wondering, I can imagine a future where we acknowledge and we know that there is a higher form of non-human intelligence, yet we still don't truly understand the phenomenon. We still don't truly understand reality. And so I guess I'm wondering, do you think that we'll ever truly understand what's going on? Or if part of the game, part of the journey, part of life itself is operating in an environment where at least part of it is fundamentally unknowable to us?
So this is a totally philosophical, epistemological question, right? Really about the nature of knowledge itself, right? Like, how can we know what we know, and how can we be sure about what we know? I guess personally, I subscribe to the idea that there is an ultimate truth, and that humanity, being created in the image of a higher power, is endowed with the quality to pursue an understanding of that. And so our part of our objective in this existence is to seek that out and try to understand that ultimate truth to a greater and greater degree. And this would be a component of that, obviously.
Yeah. Well, Carl, I really appreciate you taking the time to chat with us today. I'm hopeful and optimistic that together maybe we can move the ball forward here and further our understanding of what is really going on, because I certainly agree with you. I think it is very consequential that we figured this out. So thank you again for coming. Thank you again to Salt for hosting us. And thank you all for listening. Bye.
My pleasure. Thank you.
$10 Salon Reward Certificate after one bath or groom at PetSmart.
Anything for you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is a conversation that I've been waiting many, many years to have. We have someone very special here with us today. We have Dr. Avi Loeb. Avi, thank you again for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So I'm very excited to dive into this topic with you, but perhaps before we start, maybe you can elaborate a little bit about your background.
Well, that should be short, because I'm basically fundamentally a farm boy. That explains pretty much where I stand right now. I'm mostly interested in nature, learning from nature. I don't care how many likes I have on Twitter. That's not the issue. We need to understand the reality we live in, because that would allow us to adapt to it. And we focus on the surface of this planet that we were born on. It's a two-dimensional surface of the Earth, but there is a third dimension. And we rarely look up. And I say, the universe is too big for us to ignore it.
Absolutely. And you, so just so we all understand, you've been at Harvard for 30 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you are the department head for astronomy at Harvard.
I was for 9 years the longest serving chair of the astronomy department. 3 terms, yes.
That is fantastic. And over the last 2 years or so, you've been pioneering this idea that there is intelligent, non-humans existing, or that have gone through our solar system. Is that correct?
Yeah, there are hints of that. Only over the past decade did we notice objects that came from outside the solar system. Astronomers spotted a meteor that came from outside the solar system back in 2014. We're actually planning to retrieve the fragments of this meteor because it looked very strange. It was moving faster than 95% of all the stars in the vicinity of the sun. And moreover, it was tougher than iron, based on the fact that it survived all the way down to the lower Earth atmosphere, despite of its very high speed. And so it was actually tougher than all other meteors in the catalog that the US government compiled. So we're going out there to Papua New Guinea. It fell about 100 miles off the coast, and we are planning to scoop the ocean floor and figure out what the fragments tell us, whether it was made of some rock that is quite rare, or perhaps an artificial alloy. And that would be the first time that humanity puts its hands on an object bigger than a basketball that came from outside the solar system. It looked weird. So I'm guided by evidence. You see, that's the way science is done. I was not theoretically expecting it. I just say, here is something weird, let's explore it, rather than saying, forget about it, move on. And then the second object that was discovered was in 2017. It was given the name Oumuamua, which means a scout in the Hawaiian language, because it was discovered.
Oumuamua changed direction. Everyone says that's the most interesting and weird thing about Oumuamua. The shit changed direction, as if it was being piloted, as if it had navigation. Large objects moving at a certain speed, we can calculate their trajectory, their impact point, or certain things like that just by looking at it, observation. So we looked at the thing, oh, it's going to pass by here, shoot, shoot, and it did the little zigzag, and like, nah, I'm going this way, and it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It changed course. Oumuamua changed directions.
Telescope in Hawaii, and it also looked weird, because it had a flat shape based on the reflection of sunlight, and it was pushed away from the sun without having a cometary tail. It was not a comet. And so the rocket effect could not have given that push, and the question is, what was it? And once again, it's quite intriguing. So the first two objects from outside the solar system looked weird. I wrote a book about the second one called Exoterrestrial. And I'm just saying, let's collect more evidence and figure out what they are.
And so, just to be absolutely explicit, you believe that these objects were made by a non-human intelligence from outside our solar system?
I consider that as a real possibility because the meteor was tougher than 99.7% of all other space rocks that we had seen, okay? And it was moving faster than 95% of all the stars. And then Oumuamua was even weirder. It started in some very special frame of reference that only 1 in 500 stars are. And so there were all these anomalies. And I say, you know, when the evidence shows something unusual, you better explore it. And just like Sherlock Holmes argued that if you eliminate all possibilities, whatever remains must be the truth.
And we saw in 2017 the New York Times cover piece about the Pentagon having a program to identify UAPs. This was kind of a watershed moment in the space. It initiated this idea that we should be taking some of this stuff seriously. That all of the talks of UFOs, that things in our sky, may not actually be a joke. It may not be a conspiracy. And what I'm hearing you say is, you believe, as the former department head of astronomy at Harvard, that this could be from an intelligent species that is not on Earth. I mean, that is so meaningful and consequential.
Yeah, well, we already know that a substantial fraction of the stars, like the sun, have a planet the size of the Earth, roughly the same separation. That came from the Kepler satellite data. And Therefore, thinking that Albert Einstein was the smartest scientist who ever lived since the Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago doesn't make sense. It's very arrogant. There must have been a smarter scientist on another planet who lived 1 billion years ago. And the civilization that benefited from the wisdom of that scientist could have sent probes with artificial intelligence, 3D printers that would repair themselves and perhaps even self-replicate, just like biological systems. We are almost at the point where we will send AI astronauts to space. And so they might have done that 1 billion years ago. They might not be around, so we should engage in archaeology of space, of interstellar space. Check if we live in a reality that is not science fiction, it's actually science. And, you know, I attended the Ignatius Forum at the Washington National Cathedral on November 10th, 2021, and I was in the green room together with Avril Haines, the Director of National Intelligence, who wrote the report that was delivered to the US Congress. And so I approached her and said, Avril, you have a bachelor's degree in theoretical physics. What's your gut feeling? What are these objects you are talking about that you call unidentified aerial phenomena? And she said, I don't know.
Yeah, so I think that, Avi, you and I have spoke about this, but when I have this conversation with people and I mention that there seems to be some evidence to support this notion, people look at me like I'm crazy. Absolutely crazy. I think that perception is starting to shift, but we're not there yet. Most people still think it's quite crazy. And so I'm curious, when you talk to someone, what is the single most compelling piece of evidence, or what is the pitch that you give to try to convince someone, or at least open their mind to the idea that this could be true?
Well, I think we should be guided by evidence, by data, not by prejudice, not by our ego that we are the smartest in the world, because my daughters thought that they are at the center of the world when they were infants. And of course it was traumatic for them when we brought them on the first day to the kindergarten. They realized there is a smarter kid on the block. Okay? So we as a civilization, we didn't mature yet. We thought that we are at the center of the universe, turned out to be wrong. When Galileo argued that, he was put in house arrest. Today he would have been cancelled on social media. And if you were to ask those philosophers at the time to design a space mission to Mars, they would never reach the destination because they thought that Mars moves around the Earth. So my point is, it's our obligation to recognize what reality is. And the only way to figure it out is by collecting data and evidence. And my point is, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So if we were to come close to Oumuamua, for example, and take a high-resolution photograph of it, we could tell if it's a natural object or maybe it has a label made on some exoplanet, okay? And nobody could deny that evidence. So my point is, let's collect the evidence. Many people say extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. That's a statement made by Carl Sagan in the 70s. And my reply to that, extraordinary evidence requires extraordinary funding.
Yes.
We are putting billions of dollars into the search for dark matter. We don't know what 80% of the matter in the universe is. That would have very little impact on the future of humanity. However, if we find iPhone 100 rather than iPhone 13, 14, and so forth, coming from space, you know, we could make a leap, technological leap, of 1 million years into our future.
And so, Avi, let's assume that you had all of the funding that you needed to accomplish this. Let's assume that you had all of it. And you proved it. You did it. You accomplished this. You verified without a shadow of a doubt that there is another intelligent species that has been through our solar system, perhaps has even visited Earth. How do you think that would change society or humanity?
Well, first I should point out that a lot of religious people, people that engage in spirituality, are fascinated by this subject. To me, exploring the unknown is a common theme between science and spirituality. The two are not in contradiction, despite what some scientists say, because most of the time we don't know much. You know, we have an island of knowledge in an ocean of ignorance. So many scientists are motivated by the wrong reason. They are motivated by the desire to show off that they are smart, but not by trying to understand nature. And that leads us to dark alleys that are not of interest to the general public. But here is a subject that the public cares about and that the government cares about. It's just inappropriate for it to be out of the mainstream of science. So I'm trying to draw attention to that. And I should say that I get a lot of responses.
Yeah, and as you draw attention to that, like, what do you think would happen though? Like, yes. What would happen to society, to humanity, if we did, in fact, confirm that?
Well, first of all, we can learn about things we don't know. For example, discover technologies that represent our future. It would take us thousands or maybe millions of years to discover it ourselves, but there was another civilization that predated us because most stars formed billions of years before the sun, so their clock started ticking before ours. And therefore they are far more advanced. If we ever meet a technological gadget, it's likely to represent our future because our science and technology was developed only over the past century. And that's just one part in 100 million of the age of the sun. You know, so it's a tiny piece of history. And therefore we are likely to see something that would enrich us, both in terms of our imagination, our understanding of physics. We might discover that there is some new physics that relates to that, but more importantly, it would change our aspirations for space. It would change the way we view our place in the universe. It will give us a sense of purpose, because we will realize that there is something out there. My point is, a very advanced scientific civilization is actually a good approximation to God, what religious texts described as God, because if you see a technology that is far superior to what we possess, it would look like magic.
Yeah.
It would look like a miracle. And, you know, such a civilization could create life in the laboratory. It might even create a universe, a baby universe in its laboratories. So for us, it would look just like what people called God in the past. But we can learn from that. I mean, I have no problem looking over the shoulder of a smarter classmate, because it would save us time.
And do you think that we should be scared? Do you think that this should concern us? Or, and I'm kind of even more curious, if you had to guess right now, you had to make one prediction, had to do it, what do you think it is?
Right, so I don't think we should be scared, because if they had any bad intentions, they would have exercise those intentions long before we develop to this phase, right? And I think most likely, if we find a gadget, perhaps at the bottom of the ocean near Papua New Guinea, that it would represent a system that has artificial intelligence, because biological creatures like us were selected by Darwinian evolution to survive on the surface of a planet like Earth. We will not survive for very long across interstellar distances. And you want a system to have intelligence because it cannot wait for guidance from the senders. It takes signals of light, tens of thousands of years to traverse the Milky Way galaxy. So there is no way that a probe will wait for guidance. It has to decide by itself. So you can train an AI system just like you educate kids at a young age, and then you send them off to the world. And those AI systems could visit us, they might replicate, and they might be smarter than us. But then we have our own AI systems to help us. Our AI systems may have kinship to their AI systems. For the first time in history, you will have AI interaction. You know, the philosopher Martin Buber talked exactly 100 years ago about human object and human and human God interactions. Here is a new category, AI. And our AI systems could tell us what their AI systems are trying to do.
That is fascinating. Do you think that there are any governments or organizations in the world that currently know the answer to this question?
I don't think of the government as a vicious system that has any conspiracy. I think of them as incompetent scientists, in the sense that their day job is to monitor the sky, okay? And they have no choice but to notice things that they cannot understand, that have nothing to do with adversaries, so it's not a matter of national security, but they do not use the scientific method, scientific tools, and that's why we established the Galileo project, because the sky is not classified. So we just had our first suite of instruments assembled, and now we're testing it, and eventually we'll analyze the data with artificial intelligence algorithms, and hopefully in 2023 we'll start collecting data from the sky, because we want to help the government figure out and identify the unidentified.
And so you're doing this now. You recently started the Galileo project. You are seeking to find an answer to this question. You are, Avi, very well positioned to do that. I know that you've built a phenomenal coalition of scientists around you. Can you talk to us a little bit more about where you are in that process? And the last thing I'd say too is, I'm with you. I am shocked that there is not more interest in this subject, that there is not more financing, philanthropic or otherwise, that is seeking to answer such a fundamental question about reality.
Well, I'm actually grateful to a number of multi-billionaires who visited the porch of my home after my book came out, Extraterrestrial, and offered me a few $1 million that allowed to establish the Galileo project after the report from the Director of National Intelligence was delivered to Congress in June 2021. But the scale of the project is currently a few $1 million, and we built our first system. We plan to deploy it in a few months, but we want to make many more copies so we get good enough data. And for that, we need at least a few times more of that funding, if not a factor of 10. And we will just be agnostic as to what we find. You know, it's just a scientific process. We want to figure out, just like a kid that is curious. You know, the worst thing that a parent can do to a kid is basically suppress the curiosity, and that's why you find some scientists that lost their curiosity, and you know, very often we don't know the answers to the questions, and the way to figure them out is by collecting data, by getting evidence. But if you are not curious, you will never collect the data. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to say there is no extraordinary evidence because you're not seeking it. And when Enrico Fermi asked, "Where is everybody?" That was 70 years ago in Los Alamos. He didn't actually check the sky, you know, and it's just like someone sitting at home and saying, I don't have any neighbors because I don't see anyone around me, but to find your neighbors, you need to look through your windows, and you better use a telescope.
And will you be working with the government at Galileo, or is this completely private and solely research focused?
Well, our data will be open, the analysis will be transparent. And if the government wants to collaborate on that, I'm all for it. But the government has a lot of data that is classified. And, you know, just like the play Waiting for Godot by Samuel Beckett, you know, you can wait for Godot, in this case, wait for the declassification of the government data. You can wait forever, and it may never happen. And therefore, I take things to my hands, and you know, we will just try to collect the data ourselves. And because the sky is not classified, it's only the instruments that the government was using that are classified, and that's why they classify the data.
And so, just so we all understand, so the tactical things that you will be doing at Galileo, you have this expedition to Papua New Guinea to go under the ocean, retrieve this meteorite, correct, and evaluate it. That's one. You will also be scanning the skies. Those are the two core focus areas in the near future.
And there is a third one, which is to design a space mission that will rendezvous with the next Oumuamua. We already have a dating app.
A dating app?
Yes, it's called the Vera Rubin Observatory in Chile,
okay,
that will start operations next year. and could find objects like Oumuamua every few months.
Wow.
And most of the time we will swipe to the left. But we might decide that there is a very unusual object that looks similar to Oumuamua in terms of how strange it is. We might even look at it with the Webb telescope and figure out that it's really strange. And then we will send a space mission with a camera that will come close to it and take a picture of it.
Wow.
And if I could substitute a photo album for my book, Extraterrestrial, I would happily do that. A picture is worth 1,000 words. I don't need to write any words if we have a very clear picture of an extraterrestrial technological gadget.
And you're writing a book about this right now, is that right?
I delivered the first version of my next book to the publisher a couple of weeks ago, yes.
That's so exciting. I really enjoyed your first book. Do you think that we're going to have an answer to this question within our lifetimes? A definitive answer?
Yeah, that simply depends on us. I call it the ostrich factor. If we don't search, we will not find anything. If you bury your head in the sand, you can argue forever that you have no evidence for what stands in front of you. But if we do invest in the search, I believe that within the coming decade it will become pretty clear. Now, even if objects like the meteor that I described or Oumuamua were naturally produced, they must represent something that is very different from the solar system. Objects, the rocks, the comets, the asteroids that we had seen before. So we will learn something new no matter what. I'm 100% confident of that. But my suspicion is, that we are not the smartest kid on the block. And let's just figure it out by looking at the sky.
I completely agree. And I think when we think about the future and we think about the progress of technology, we think about how the geopolitical landscape will progress over time. Something like discovering verifiable proof of intelligent life outside of Earth is a black swan event. It will change the landscape for everything. It could potentially unify humanity in a way. There is finally maybe an other. There is someone else to unify against. Is that how you feel?
Well, in fact, if you look at human history, what you find very often is a group of people trying to feel superior relative to other people, and that brings all the problems. If we realize there is someone far smarter than all of us, then the differences between humans will become meaningless. And perhaps we will start treating each other as equal members of the human species. I see that also in terms of giving us a sense of purpose. We will strive to be better classmates in this class of intelligences that within the Milky Way galaxy, because right now we are not behaving very intelligently. One reason I seek intelligence in space is because I don't find it very often here on Earth.
I love that. And what can we do, right? So there's some people here, there will be more people watching this video over time. If we want to support, if we want to get behind, advocate for this type of research, what can be done? How can we support, contribute, add value to Galileo and this initiative overall?
We have 100 people enrolled in the Galileo project. There are 800 more who volunteered. What we are lacking are the funds necessary to make copies of the instruments such that we get good enough statistics on unidentified objects. We just got funded for the expedition, but there is a lot more to do. And I should say, for the past 70 years, people who searched for extraterrestrial intelligence focused on radio signals. And that is just like trying to have a phone conversation. You need the counterpart to be transmitting when you're listening. And if you wanted to have a phone conversation with Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, it doesn't matter how many phone numbers you put into your phone, he will never respond. The only way to find more about Mozart is to look at his musical notes, things he left behind. And so in much the same way, we should look for gadgets or objects in the sky that were left behind by those civilizations, because the Milky Way galaxy is like a basket. It collected over time, over billions of years, all of these rockets that were sent out of planets that hosted intelligent civilizations. Those chemically propelled rockets cannot escape the Milky Way galaxy. However, the radio signals that were sent a billion years ago, they are a billion light years away. We will never see them. So there is a much better approach that was never practiced, which is the approach taken by the Galileo project, interstellar archaeology, looking for objects that came from advanced technological civilizations.
I think that is the spot-on mission. And Avi, I am excited to support you. I know SALT generally is excited to support you. I will say it has been an absolute privilege sitting on the SALT stage talking with you about a potential AI alien that you, as the former department head of astronomy at Harvard, believes may potentially be visiting Earth. I mean, I think that is an unbelievable statement, incredibly powerful, and requires a paradigm shift in how we're thinking about this topic. So thank you, Avi, for being here. I'm very excited about this. I hope you folks enjoyed this. And I hope that in the coming years, we will do this many more times.
Thank you so much. And I promise one thing, that if we find a gadget big enough to display at the Museum of Modern Art, I already spoke with the curator there. We'll put it on display for everyone to look at.
We'll bring it there, we'll bring it to SALT, we'll tour it everywhere together, Avi. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it.
Windshield on your new car? Bring it to Safelite. My customer was enjoying her new car when her windshield cracked.
Trump was met last night at the Libertarian Party convention with a raucous crowd and a few rubber chickens from a pro-RFK Jr. super PAC hoping to fire up an already raging audience. The moment Trump took the stage, heckling broke out from libertarians, trying to drown out the rows of his supporters in the back of the room. Now, with a CNN reporter actually witnessed at least one libertarian throwing a punch at a Trump fan. So why did Trump brave the unfriendly audience for this speech? Well, because independent and third-party voters could actually make or break this race. But when you toss in the rest of the candidates who could appear on the ballot, it becomes clear that the two of them actually have a bit of a problem. As you can see, they're very, very close. All right, my panel is back, and John Bresnahan from Punchbowl News is joining us for this conversation as well. Trump's comments were interesting to this crowd last night because he also was clearly trying to talk to them, speak their language, and made some promises to folks in the Libertarian Party.
The Libertarian Party should nominate Trump for President of the United States. Whoa. Only do that if you want to win. If you want to lose, don't do that. Keep getting your 3% every 4 years. I will put a libertarian in my cabinet. And if you vote for me on day one, I will commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served.
And one person quoted by Politico, who is the director-at-large Libertarian National Committee, said, any libertarian worth their stripes who has looked at Donald Trump's record will see that he barely aligns with the conservative camp and is a far cry from the Libertarian Party. I mean, I guess that's true. I mean, look, Trump's record in office wasn't particularly libertarian.
No. I mean, he grew government, which is the first thing. He ran huge deficits. I mean, he's not a libertarian.
And he signed a, surveillance law.
COVID was huge, COVID spending, the whole Operation Warp Speed and everything. They were against COVID vaccines or the whole COVID restrictions. So he's not a libertarian. I do like the idea of seeing a libertarian candidate for cabinet. I would love to see how the Republican Party, the Senate Republican
Could Rand Paul get confirmed by the United States Senate?
How Mitch McConnell and John Thune and John Barrasso and John Cornyn, how they all vote on libertarian candidates. That would be something to see.
Yeah, we'll see if that actually comes to that. But that was, one thing, Dave, you were in the room. He mentioned this pardon of Russ Ulbricht, who was the founder of Silk Road, which is a massive dark web drug market. He was actually charged with money laundering and drug trafficking, and he was given a life sentence. How was that received when he said that?
That was raucous. There were signs distributed throughout the ballroom hours in advance of the speech saying "Free Ross." And he saw a sea of those. He also came to the convention a day after Vivek Ramaswamy warmed him up. He spoke to the convention on Friday, and Vivek, who'd run on pardoning Julian Assange and Edward Snowden, said, and also Free Ross. And so the message got back to the Trump people. This is a promise that if you go walk into a diner in Minnesota, there are people talking about that pardon? Probably not. Are there people who are very intensely focused on that issue and if you make that promise, they'll remember it? There are. And so that was a deliverable. Trump does this in a way that Joe Biden and other candidates do not. He hears something, it's responsive. He does the return on investment calculation, and he said it. The word got out before the speech, but it really surprised people. That was the one moment where he had the crowd in the palm of his hand.
Cynics would call it pandering, but that's another word for it. Meantime, his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, RFK Jr. is what I mean, not Donald Trump's running mate. RFK Jr. is what I mean. RFK Jr. was also in the crowd trying to court voters. Nicole Shanahan is actually going to be speaking later today. There have been not so positive stories about her character in the past week from the Post and the New York Times. She has also been absent from the campaign trail. You've been following RFK Jr.'s campaign. What do you make of this?
The whole campaign is very weird. It's a very disorganized campaign, a lot of eccentric figures, on the staff, and she clearly was brought in, at least in part, because she has a lot of money and can help him get on the ballot, which is expensive in a lot of states. Look, I think people are gravitating to RFK's campaign because they're looking for something different and weird and not the same as the two major party candidates. And so if there are people out there who think that, this ticket is actually going to occupy the White House, maybe this gives them pause. But I think more people are looking at this as a sort of protest vote. And so they're not necessarily looking at this as like, well, I'm not sure that this is someone who could step into the office after, President RFK Jr. or something happens to him. There's a lot of steps to get to that point. But she does seem like a bit of a flake, frankly. She's got an interesting record. She's never been in politics before. She's
very rich. About $1 billion or so from that from her divorce settlement. There's also the question about RFK Jr. Why he's so important is because he's actually getting a significant amount of votes in a lot of these. In terms of the polls, about 14% or so. And that could make a huge difference in these swing states. Will he get on the ballot in those swing states? This is the map of where he is on currently in these swing states. Michigan, of course, that is going to be this key battleground state. But there are other ones as well, which they'll be contesting, where they're still trying to get on the ballot, which seems possible. North Carolina, Nevada being some of them, and New Hampshire as well. I mean, this is the real concern for both sides. It's unclear who he takes more support from, but this is why everyone's watching him so close.
Well, yeah, everyone should be nervous if you're worried about states that could hinge on a few thousand voters. And I think when it comes to a third-party candidate, what's more important even than the candidate or the candidate's message, or in this case, candidate's last name, is having a big pile of money. And that is what RFK got when he chose Nicole Shanahan, was a big pile of money. It cost a lot of money to get on ballots in most of these states. You have to collect thousands and thousands of signatures. That's why you're seeing that they submitted in a number of states, but those signatures have to be vetted, verified, they have to be allowed on the ballot. And I think, to be honest, they've done a pretty impressive job so far, and both candidates, both major party candidates, should be worried if they're able to get on several of these other states.
All right, and also look at this. There's a question about the brain worm, right? The brain, the worm that was in RFK Jr.'s brain. Look at this. 30% of voters are concerned about the parasite potentially impacting his ability to serve. 65% are not concerned. Brain worm is good politics.
Yeah, the
he's actually not shying away from it either.
He joked about it. What this poll shows you is that the brain worm is the least of his worries. If you're polling it 10%, but 65% of voters don't care that you have a brain worm. Clearly they are concerned about other parts of your record, other aspects of your candidacy, other than the brain worm.
No question about that.
Terra is the IT painkiller. Remote monitoring and management, remote access, help desk and ticketing, smart automations, patching, software deployment, scripting. And the amazing thing is that it does all this while still being easy to use. It's magical. Just this clean, intuitive UI where everything is where it's supposed to be and does what it's meant to do. Sorry, I get emotional. Not to mention, with
If it's Friday, the United Nations top court orders Israel to halt its military offensive in southern Gaza. The latest in a series of developments this week, putting the White House in a tough spot as Israel is further isolated on the world stage. Plus, new reporting from NBC News on how the president's team is gearing up for a difficult moment for the Biden family and the campaign as Hunter Biden's criminal trial on felony gun charges is set to begin. And a possible October surprise, senior U.S. officials tell NBC News they're bracing for a potentially dramatic escalation in tensions with Russia and North Korea that could come just as voters here are about to head to the polls.
Why does this shit sound like Star
Welcome
Wars?
to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington, where the Biden administration finds itself on defense, not on the campaign trail or on Capitol Hill, but on the global stage, as the U.S. stands by its Israeli partners despite concerns about their increased isolation. This morning, the UN's highest court ordered Israel to immediately halt its military offensive into Rafah, the city in southern Gaza where hundreds of thousands of Palestinian civilians are sheltering. The International Court of Justice said Israel failed to sufficiently address concerns about its military campaign as living conditions in the enclave continue to worsen. The ruling is largely symbolic, though, with no actual enforcement mechanism, but top Israeli officials rejected the order, vowing to continue their fight. NBC News has reached out to the White House and the State Department for their reaction to this UN ruling, but notably, there has been no reaction so far from the Biden administration. It's been a week of bruising headlines for Prime Minister Netanyahu, starting when a member of his own war cabinet threatened to resign unless Israel adopted a new strategy in Gaza. Then, prosecutors at the International Criminal Court announced they were seeking arrest warrants for top Israeli and Hamas officials, including Netanyahu, for alleged war crimes. And after that, pressure from Europe, when the leaders of Spain, Ireland, and Norway all announced plans to formally recognize an independent Palestinian state. But with each headline, the Biden administration has, at least publicly, stood alongside Israel.
Reject the ICC's application for arrest warrants against Israeli leaders. But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide. We reject that.
What we have seen so far in terms of Israel's military operations in that area has been more targeted and limited, has not involved major military operations into the heart of dense urban areas. We now have to see what unfolds from here. The U.S. position on this is clear. President Biden, as I just said, has been on the record supporting a two-state solution. He has been equally emphatic on the record that that two-state solution should be brought about through direct negotiations through the parties, not through unilateral recognition.
It's not just the Biden administration. Yesterday, Speaker Mike Johnson reaffirmed his commitment to Israel and announced that he will soon be hosting Netanyahu at the Capitol to address a joint meeting of Congress. It's a move some Democrats see as a political ploy to further highlight and expose divisions inside their party on the issue. Amid all of this, diplomatic efforts are also continuing behind the scenes. CIA Director Bill Burns is heading to Europe in the coming days, hoping to revive those stalled ceasefire negotiations. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv with the latest.
Today's ruling by the International Court of Justice that Israel must halt its military offensive in Rafah is final and it is binding. So technically, Israel, if it does not comply, is breaching international law. But the court has no enforcement mechanism. That would fall to the UN Security Council, and Israel is hoping that the United States would shield Israel from any international action at that forum. Now, just as that ruling was being read out at the court in The Hague in the Netherlands a little after 9 a.m. Eastern, our team in Gaza says Israeli airstrikes were pounding the Al-Shabura refugee camp, which just underscores that there is not a whole lot of optimism inside Gaza or outside that this ruling will actually impact the war on the ground. In terms of potentially a little legal wiggle room, Israel has been ordered by the court to submit a report 1 month from now explaining how it is complying with today's ruling. Some in Israel feel that as long as the Rafah operation is wrapped up by the time that report is submitted, Israel can say that it is complying, even though the judge was very explicit today that this offensive must end immediately. Israel also saying it has recovered the bodies of 3 hostages from northern Gaza. That's a total of 7 hostage bodies recovered over the last week. 1 of those found overnight. So Ryan Hernandez, he is was a 30-year-old French-Mexican dual national, and the body of his girlfriend, Shani Luke, was found last week. The 2 of them were at that Supernova Music Festival when they were killed. Meanwhile, CIA Director Bill Burns in Europe meeting with the head of the Mossad spy agency as well as the Prime Minister of Qatar, and the hope is that he can revive these badly stalled ceasefire negotiations. But frankly, there is not a whole lot of optimism that these talks, which have not produced a ceasefire, which have not got any hostages out since November, will see a breakthrough now. Back to you.
Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Raf, thank you. And joining me now is Ali Raf at the White House and NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kube. She joins me here on set. Ali, though, I want to start with you. What should we make of the fact that we haven't heard anything from the White House about this ruling yet?
Yeah, Gabe, well, you laid out the differences perfectly between the White House reaction to the ICJ's charges against Netanyahu and some other Israeli officials earlier this week, and then today's top ruling by the top UN court ordering Israel to stop its offensive in Rafah. You mentioned that despite multiple requests from our team for comment, the White House still has not formally reacted to this, and the White House has already declared a lid, meaning we are not going to see or hear from the president the rest of the day. He's already at his Wilmington, Delaware home. And Gabe, the president has already been walking this fine line since the Israel-Hamas war began. But it really can't be underscored enough how much more delicate of a position these charges, this ruling today, presents to the White House. Because remember, the president has said that absent a robust plan to protect the more than 1 million Palestinians sheltering in Rafah, the United States would not support any major ground offensive by Israel in that area. And so this would force him to really reconsider potential future U.S. aid to Israel. And despite this pause of a weapons shipment of bunker buster bombs 2 weeks ago, we really haven't seen any other changes, even as Israel continues these strikes in Rafah that the White House considers very targeted and specific. So this ruling today really puts the White House in a position where it could choose to accept this and recognize this decision, potentially adding more pressure on Netanyahu, or the alternative course of action, of course, would be to not recognize it and risk having more international pressure on the United States to put more leverage and more pressure on Israel. So still a lot to watch in the coming days on how
Ali, and to that point, you mentioned that fine line that the U.S. is walking. Is there concern that aligning itself too closely to Israel is going to put the U.S. at odds with some of our other partners in the West?
Yeah, well, the White House is not formally recognizing this, but you talk to some White House officials, and there is concern about the growing, really the echoing concerns from leaders of other countries, of ally countries that are really supporting this decision today. For one example, Egypt is supporting this decision by the ICJ today, and you see the fallout regularly that the president is facing here at home during White House events, during campaign trail events, and how that has been following him. So no doubt this is something that's concerning the White House, albeit privately, Gabe.
And to that point on Egypt, Ali, President Biden spoke with the Egyptian president today. What do we know about that conversation?
Yeah, the White House providing a readout of this phone call that President Biden had with President al-Sisi of Egypt, in which they talked about these ongoing ceasefire negotiations. They also talked about ongoing efforts to get more humanitarian aid into the southern region of Gaza and Rafah specifically. And the White House says that the president welcomed a commitment from Egypt to allow aid to go through the Kerem Shalom border crossing on a, quote, provisional basis. The White House also says that the president committed to supporting efforts to reopen the Rafah border crossing with acceptable terms to both Israel and Egypt. And they say that the president agreed to send a delegation to Cairo next week to further talk about that, Gabe.
Ali Rafah at the White House. Ali, thank you. And I want to turn now to Courtney Kube. Look, you've been reporting on this floating dock project to get that humanitarian aid into civilians in Gaza. It appears they're struggling to get that aid there. What are you hearing from administration officials?
So it's actually unfolding in exactly the way that officials were concerned about from the very beginning. So the military piece of it really is working at this point. It was a little bit slow to get it set up. There was bad weather, and everyone forgets. I mean, this is a floating dock and a pier or a causeway that's anchored into the beach. When there's bad weather and waves, it has an impact on their operations. But it's been up and running 7 or 8 days now. In that time, they have been able to bring more than 1 million pounds of aid ashore into Gaza. But that's where some of the trouble has arisen, specifically in getting that aid to warehouses and then distributed to the civilians who desperately need it. Now, in addition to that, we do know some has made its way into the hands of people, of the hungry people in Gaza. But it's only a fraction of what has actually gotten to the shore there. In addition to that, we just learned yesterday that, in fact, there have been 3 U.S. service members who were injured as part of this. They were all non-combat. 2 of the injuries were minor. One of them was severe enough that the person actually had to be airlifted to a hospital in Israel. But again, it also just underscores there's not only the concerns about the security there, but it is an inherently potentially dangerous mission.
And Courtney, what about the concerns about the cost? You know, the U.S. has been spending, what, $300-some-odd million on this? How long is this expected to go on for?
Yeah, right now it's going to be at least $320 million. And the reality is that's what we're told. It will most likely go higher than that. That is just factoring in the military piece, 1,000 service members. The ships that are there also providing security. All of the military component will likely go higher than that. But it's not just the money that's the limiting factor here. Weather going forward could potentially be another limiting factor. Right now, it's the summer. It's going to probably be okay for much of the summer, they think, in the Mediterranean to continue operations. As they get closer into the fall, that's when it starts kicking up again. They might not be able to continue operations because it may just be too dangerous weather-wise out there.
And Courtney, I want you to hang there. And I want to turn now to another story, another hot spot in the world. You have new exclusive reporting on the burgeoning alliance between Russia and North Korea, and that the Biden administration is bracing for the possibility of an October surprise. As U.S. officials are growing more concerned that Pyongyang could launch some kind of military action at the urging of Russian President Putin in the run-up to the presidential election. So walk us through some of this reporting.
Yeah, so our colleague Carol Lee and I have been working on this for several weeks, trying to figure out exactly what the implications are for this strengthening, growing alliance between Russia and North Korea. Officials have been warning about it. We've heard about the tremendous millions of rounds of artillery and ammunition that North Korea has provided for Russia. It's had an impact on the ground in Ukraine. Russia, in exchange, has given fuel, gas, maybe some money. But North Korea wants more than that. They want things like aircraft technology, missile technology. And now officials are concerned that some of that technology could be making its way to North Korea and could be a game changer.
And what about China? You know, as you know, China's a close partner of both Russia and North Korea. Is there any concern here that Beijing can try and step in here?
Yes, absolutely. So Beijing, according to officials, it looks like Beijing is calling a lot of the shots between this relationship and may not be happy with it. That being said, North Korea and Russia continue to strengthen this alliance, this bilateral alliance, to the point where we expect that Vladimir Putin may even make a trip to North Korea in the coming weeks. Officials here are concerned that that could be the time where they seal these deals. In addition to the provocative actions they're concerned about, they're also worried about some new joint manufacturing capabilities that Russia could help North Korea with inside North Korea.
Yeah, certainly a lot to consider there. So, Courtney, you know that former President Trump has touted, his apparently strong relationship as he sees it with Kim Jong-un. Has the Biden administration reached out at all to North Korea at this point?
They have. In fact, some think tank experts have said they think it could be as many as 20 or even 24 times that there has been an effort to reach out to North Korea. But the reality is there has not been any diplomatic overture, and that's one of the reasons that officials are so concerned. 2024, it's an election year. North Korea tends to increase their provocative actions during an election year. Historically, that's been pretty consistent. But the times where it isn't as high, the numbers of provocative actions like missile launches, even a nuclear test, the times that those are lower is when there is a dialogue between the U.S. or even the probability of a dialogue. And the reality is that just doesn't exist right now, and officials are not optimistic that we will see any kind of dialogue before the election in November.
All right, Courtney Kube, our Pentagon correspondent, thank you so much for your reporting. It's good to have you here.
Thanks.
And coming up, a look at RFK Jr.'s little-known pick for vice president, Nicole Shanahan, and her political journey from Democratic donor towards some fringe political movements. But first, how the Biden team is preparing for a new phase of their battle against Donald Trump after his hush money trial is over. You're watching Meet the Press now.
If you feel like things don't add up right now, you're not.
Yo, Fatima, what up? She says Z. LOL. That's nice. Over here just trying to keep up with some news, man. Just trying to keep up with the news, see what's going on. See what's going on, see what's going on. Meet the Press on CNN. I don't just watch Fox, man. You gotta listen to everybody nowadays, because they all lie a little bit. Some of them lie a lot of bit, but they all gonna lie a little bit. So you gotta listen to all of them to see who's lying the most and who's lying the least. And that's a hard trick to accomplish, to figure out where the lies at. Where the lies coming from. Because they're gonna hit you with lies from all angles. All angles and perspectives. I'm telling you now. I think I'm almost to a good enough stopping point. I've probably been in here for, we're almost at 5 hours.
Almost there. Almost. Uh-oh. I went. Oh, wait a minute. I think that's really wrong. It's really, really wrong, actually. There's more flesh underneath there than that. Let's see. So, actually... Alright, that should be like that a little bit. Okay. Hope everybody's having a lovely, lovely day. It's almost noontime. It's about time for some lunch. I've been up in this bitch all morning. But that was my plan for today. To really get at least, 3-4 hours of like solid paint time in this morning. Okay, I feel like that is a good stopping point. Hi. Damn, I need to run to the store. I just don't want to. I really don't feel like going shopping today. think I will cut it right there. Slowly but surely, bro. So that's that. Alright, we got like one layer of detail on there. Like I said, it fades, it dulls so fast. Like I just worked on this a few days ago and it already looks so much duller compared to what I just applied. So that's why I always gotta varnish. But yeah, so this first detail layer is done. We got all our main color contrast where we wanted some of these, the lines in the skin. We got that laid down like we wanted. So now we'll let all of that dry and even out, and then we'll come back with one more layer where we can kind of really just finalize all of those mid-tones. If we have to darken any of the shadow areas and get all those shadows right, and then we'll apply like just the titanium white, like the brightest whites to different areas, like the toenail highlights and everything. And like I said, I've been using like red and brown, but I think the next time I'll do more purplish. So yeah, that's what I wanted to do. We got this done. Now, like I say, we can move back to the fabric, which shouldn't take a long time. I could probably just do the fabric in a few hours because it's kind of simplistic. But just to add just a few bright highlights right on some of the folds and creases, and to make sure that the deepest parts are nice and black. So once again, just a few colors on the palette for this part. We'll do black, white, and maybe Prussian blue. Maybe cerulean blue, but I doubt it. 2-3 colors. And these will be a lot bigger brush strokes for this fabric. Like I said, really just to get some of the creases to pop. Here, just right there. Just the small areas. Once we can pull that out a little bit, like I say, I can probably do that in one session. And then the bananas. Alright, so the roadmap is coming along. Roadmap is coming along nicely. I'm so anxious. You know what? Ooh, that was really tough getting up right now. I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do, just so I don't even fool myself to play around with those colors no more, because I'm telling myself I'm done with that with the skin tone for right now. Let me go ahead and clean my palette off. I'm gonna clean this off and get this ready for fabric colors. So at least if I scrape it, that'll be one less thing I have to do when I come back in the studio. We're right at, this tripod is in my way. 4 hours and 56 minutes and I'm still actually working, so hey, I might, this tripod is now in my way. I might actually pull off my 5 hours in the studio on a Sunday morning. It's not bad. That's not a bad thing, guys. It's not a bad thing, man. Know what I'm saying? 5 hours in the studio. It's not a bad thing, bro. actually like this beat a lot because I didn't like. I use like pre-loaded loops, but I chopped the loops up. So this right here was a longer. Oh, this was a longer guitar riff. You kind of tell how it abruptly comes in and abruptly stops. That was just like a part, like a little snippet of a longer guitar riff. And these vocals were a longer, like there was way more vocals to this.
Round, 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 round.
But I just snipped that one part off. Yo, what you doing? Portic, Barrow? What I'm doing, I'm painting and making beats, man. I'm painting some pictures. You wanna see the picture I'm painting? Painting pictures. Yeah, man, painting pictures. You want to see something kind of cool? So I use this little thing right here to hold my paint brushes on. It's just like plastic with little slots in it so that your brushes don't roll away. And then you can have like wet paint brushes and still have them organized. So I use this when I'm painting. But I made it like that's my own thing. See my name here? See, Travis. My patent and my design for my paintbrush holders. So we do all kind of shit over here, man. We make stuff. You know what I'm saying? We make shit like that. You can buy one of these if you want. Your own personal paintbrush holder made right here in the USA. So we do stuff like that, you know. And then we make paintings. Right now we painting a lot of feet. I'm on my little foot fetish thing right now. So right here we got feet with some strawberries and some honey. Yeah, that's my product. Yeah, that patent has my name on it. Don't I look like I should own a patent? No, that's how I look when I went for my patent. I said, "Excuse me, sir. I have an idea, and I think it should be patented." I ain't look like this, you know. I look like that when I was doing it. But yeah, that's my own product. So we make shit like that. Like I say, right now I'm painting a lot of feet. You know what I'm saying? Right here we got some bananas and some chocolate syrup. Delicious. No, I'm not going viral for my paintings. My paintings are too black. If you notice, we got black giants. We got black mothers reading black literature to her black kids. We got black video game designers, black artists, black businessmen, more black people reading books written by black people. More black people reading books written by black people. Post a reel on it. Bro, you don't think I got reels and TikToks and everything? My YouTube channel got over 1,000 subscribers. My Instagram has 4,500 subscribers. And yeah, I make reels, man. I make reels all the time. Cause I'm the fucking shit, bro. You see all my paintings? You see all my paintings, bro?
Yeah, trendsetter. Whoa, league of my own, it don't get better. No,
bestseller. Yeah, reach for my goals, hit it dead center. Hit it dead center. Bullseye, hit it the most, there's no misses. Something like fish in a barrel, it's no different. Blindfold on me, I still got the most vision. Trendsetter told them before, but they don't listen. Better, bring a better, better.
Hey man, I ain't say nothing about racist. I ain't say nothing about racism, bro. Everybody's not racist. I ain't say nothing about racism. Did I? Did I say the word racist or racism? Come on, man. You can't put words in my mouth, bro. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that. What were my exact words? If you can remember what I said, say exactly what I said. I didn't say that. I said they're too black. I said my art is too black. I ain't say nothing about racism at all. That's not racist. Some people just don't like black art like that. That's not racist. That's a preference. That's a preference. That ain't nothing to do with racism at all. At all. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather roller skate than roller blade. It's damn near the same thing. I don't like rollerblading though. So do I hate all people who rollerblade? I don't like them because that's their choice of locomotion or transportation? Nah, man, you like rollerblading. I like roller skating. We damn near doing the same thing. I feel a little more stable and secure with 4 wheels side by side instead of 4 wheels in one line. Same thing with my art, man. I ain't saying people racist or nothing. I said my shit just black as fuck, bro. It's hard for black art to get out there. That's not racist. It's a thing that I have observed. Cause my art is shit, bro. There is no reason my shit shouldn't go viral. If we go on technical ability, just technical ability alone, bro, I'm the fucking shit. I'll tell anybody that. Somebody else paint me a drop of honey. I want you to paint me a drop of honey that looks like that. Paint a drop of honey like that. You know what I'm saying? It's good. I know my technical ability is the fucking shit. You can't stop my brushwork. My concepts and my images are what may be holding me back a little bit. It's all good. Go ahead and suggest to watch yours draw. Yeah, nice. But yeah, I do a lot, bro. I'm like local famous. Art shows. Like my Instagram is just all art. Good boy. Be water, my friend.
Magic Johnson, I'm enterprising. I keep it ghetto like the hood before they gentrified it. I might burn this bitch down, left eye Andre rising. I can't trust you built for Cuban links unless we tied in. Shout to Ray and Ghost. Can it be all so simple? One of my favorite quotes. For a diamond to be produced, it has to go through extreme pressure. Oh, yeah. If you can't take pressure, then you're not a diamond. I push through the struggle and level up out of my pain. Cause I got a fire and for a diamond. I will break with you for your body to be free. But please.
Let's hear about that impact.
Outreach's Reentry Program is a multifaceted initiative designed to address the complex challenges faced by prison inmates during their reintegration process. By providing a safe and supportive environment for individuals to confront and address their issues, this program empowers inmates to make healthier choices and break the cycles of recidivism, focusing on critical areas such as financial literacy, healthy relationships, anger management, creative expression.
Let's hear about that impact.
Anyway, so Nuki, we talking about going viral. All my shit should have been viral. Everything. Y'all about to make me walk down every fucking TikTok, Instagram reel I ever made. I ain't trying to do that right now. I don't know, man. That's why I just keep pushing and working at it daily. Chipping away slowly but surely, because I feel like something gonna hit sooner or later. I might be 50 years old before I go viral, but when I do go viral, I want all the monies, all of them, every last one of the monies. I want it all, because I put time in. I put a lot of time into my craft, and if I never go viral, and if I never sell $1 million painting, I still know that I spent my time doing what I enjoy doing, and that I did inspire a few people along the way. So you can't buy that. If I get the monies, that's great. But if I can just inspire somebody else, that's even better. Hope y'all have a good rest of y'all day, and I'll get with y'all next time. Peace.